Testing, testing. All right, and welcome everyone. Here we go. How is everyone doing? This is week 8. We are about to get started. We have 2 minutes until the start of the tournament, the final week. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. We have a lot of really exciting stuff to come your way. We also have even the leaderboard that is fully updated. And guys, it is about as close as it can get. So let's go ahead and take a look at where the Champions of the Rift leaderboard. It would help if I wasn't there. Boom. Okay. Anyway, so with that, we have a lot of competition that has been going on these past couple of weeks with now Siri and Gameslayer both tied respectively. Now, the big thing is that Siri has actually played 2 less weeks than Gameslayer with a 17-1 record. Absolutely crazy to be able to consider about that. Even still, Gameslayer is still in first place, has played a lot of games, has placed at the top multiple times, and played 27 rounds in total compared to the 19 that Siri has been able to do. At the same time, we also have Corey Millhouse, the Kaisa player himself, has been doing incredibly well in these tournaments. And now you get to see that he is in second place with Terra, the guy that we know and love, has been able to get into 4th place. 3rd place, technically, all things considered, since there is a tie. And even Brocane, guys, he is an Ornn player that has been able to move his way up into that 4th place position. So just really cool to be able to see all of that. Now, of course, we got some final signups and stuff as we get to the start of the tournament. So let's manage the check-ins and get started here. So let's shuffle the seeds. And good to have you guys here. Looks like we had 2 people that haven't checked in, so a total of 21 people. So let's go to the bracket and process the check-in results and start this tournament. So here we go, and then let's go ahead and tell everyone on the list as well. Round timer, round 1 is paired. So there we go. So good luck on everyone there. We will see what we actually end up getting going with all of that with this round 1. Looks like we actually could be having some pretty awesome matches. So let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Now, of course, with 22, I think, people who have made it in here. Yep, 21 people. So one person, of course, will be getting the bye there. But even still, at the same time, we have a lot of competition here. That should be a lot of fun. I'm going to be very curious to see, especially the Opa Ivar going against Corey Millhouse. That should be a really great matchup there. Trethis versus Cake could be also pretty good, and Padawan versus Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye has done so good in these tournaments that I can't wait to see what is going to be happening. But guys, we are going to be getting into round number 1 here anytime now. I'm going to get into the lobby, so we're going to take a brief 2-minute break while I get everything set up for you guys, and then we are going to get started with round 1 of Champions of the Rift. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, guys. And man, do we have a thriller of a first round to come your way, guys. It is going to be Ornn versus Rek'Sai. So, again, Brocane has just actually come back from a skirmish, been able to get first place. So, he did get his Edge of Night playmat. So, Ornn is definitely maybe possibly one deck that is slept on, and Brocane has proven that he is ready and knows this deck and can play it at a very high level. So very excited to see what that's going to entail. But Rek'Sai at the same time has a lot of potential here, and it looks like also ended up winning the die roll. So it'll be very interesting to see what is able to be going down here as we get into this best of 3 match. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a weekly tournament that takes place. We are in the final week of this league, and what we do is we play 4 rounds each and every week at Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Free for you to sign up. Simply join the Discord down below if you want to be a part of this. At the same time, we play, and then at the end of the season, we have a best of match to be able to have the top 16 compete to prove which one is the best, and they compete, of course, for play mats here. So, again, going to be very excited to see what this is going to be about, but it looks like already starting off pretty strong on the Brocane side, being able to get a card draw off of the Poro Snacks and getting a Seal of Focus, but likewise, Seal of Unity is going to be played out on Rek'Sai side herself, and then the Poro. I mean, this guy is pretty powerful with the Assault, the Daring Poro, going to be able to move into the Aspirant's Climb. Now, for those of you who might not know, Aspirant's Climb, of course, is going to be adding the additional point, meaning that you need 9 points to be able to win the game. This is, of course, Brocane's battlefield, trying to draw out the game longer, because the longer that Ornn can play, the better chance that they have on getting things going here. So very exciting, but it looks like a Void Rush is going to be playing. That'll allow the top 2 cards to be revealed from the main deck. You may play one of them, reducing its cost by 2. You can draw the other one. So already right there, it looks like maybe a Noxus Hopeful is going to be played out in this case for 2. And then, of course, a second Noxus Hopeful. So very powerful right there, adding 8 might just like that. And this is going to be exactly the setup that Rek'Sai is going to need here, because you have to have that aggression, because as soon as Ornn comes in, it can definitely be a troubling thing. Now, biggest thing that Rek'Sai could be having going for it is going to be the fact that there is potentially Call of the Week in these decks. Now, why that's going to be important is because Ornn does have Deflect, but when you are unable to target with something like Call of the Week, and it's possibly the only legend that is out there, then this is a very good position to be able to take care of a formidable threat that sometimes might have even Deflect 6 when you have things like Sevensonger out onto the field. And so really going to be exciting to see what all is going to be done here in this matchup, as we see Ornn coming in, and then we see, of course, the Sevensonger being attached. So this Ornn is going to be getting +3 from the equipment, and then having Sevensonger double the ability or the text that is on Ornn, that is going to be adding 6. So immediately right now, we are now facing, what is that? 16, no, a 12 plus 4, 16, yeah, 16 might right there. And so in case opponents don't show up, of course, it's the same thing where it's 5 minutes for a round and then 10 minutes for the match. And so even still, with the Ornn that's now being set up here, there is a lot of might that is getting fished out through the signature spell of Void Rush, as it looks like the Trifarian Glory Seeker is going to be again played for free here, and then being able to have it be ready, or have it be adding on a buff here. So we'll see what is able to be done, but this might be a little bit of a difficult situation here. And so we'll see how this is going to go. And so this is also kind of the difficult situation of trying to play Rek'Sai is, I mean, right now, Ornn is at 0-5. Forgetful Crab has been able to do so much to be able to build up his board state here. Something very impressive to see. And because of that, Ornn is going to need to start putting in some work. But the difficult part is the longer that you wait, the more time that Rek'Sai gets to be able to develop the board state. Now you're seeing even another Void Drone coming in. That's another 3 additional might that is going to be able to be added here. And unless stuff is going to start being done, then this might be a very difficult situation. Even still, a second 7-songer is going to be attached here, and the Rek'Sai is indeed tapped out. Again, even as a World Atlas is going to be coming in, that's going to be adding an additional 2. So a lot of might there. That Assault Poro is definitely going to be no more. But then we might be seeing some very tricky plays coming in from Brocane, and it definitely is going to need to be done now, because again, you do not want to fall any further behind with Forgetful Crab scoring so many points. But even still, that is a battlefield that is there. Now, the biggest thing that might be helping Ornn at this point will be finding one of the signature gear that is included with Ornn that allows him to get ganking. If he is able to do that, then he could be in a very, very good spot. But still, we're at a very difficult point here where Brocane is going to need to come back from this. Even 4-point deficit. Now, with Rally the Troops, when a friendly unit enters, that is going to allow it to be buffed. So, again, could be a very big turn here, especially being able to replace itself with drawing a card. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But again, especially with 7 runes still able to be done, you could be moving in the Rek'Sai to be able to, look at the top 2 cards and potentially have something additional that can be played. Again, the biggest thing that Brocane is going to need to avoid is that Cull of the Week. Now, it might very well be that Forgetful Crab might have forgotten to put it in his deck. No, not really. But sometimes when you aren't running things like Vanguard Captain and those types of units, you do not want to run Cull of the Week. But in so many matchups, it is a very powerful card that can add such an impact to this board state. And so it's going to be interesting to see what Forgetful Crab is able to do here. But any Conquer will allow for Rek'Sai to be able to activate here and potentially make a very strong battlefield that will be difficult to try to get over here. And so we are seeing the battlefield be developed even more, the base being developed more, and now a Xin Zhao is going to be coming in immediately buffed because of the Rally the Troops. So well done there on being able to get that. Then on top of that, we are going to allow for the Rek'Sai to be activated on the Conquer. Top 2 cards, of course, being revealed at this point. And one allowed to be played. The other, of course, is going to be going to the bottom. So it looks like a Seal of Unity is actually going to be played here. Might even have a battering ram potentially in hand at this point. With now 3 cards being played, the battering ram would only be costing 2. So we'll see what's able to be done at this point, but this could be a very difficult thing, as it looks like the full commit here is going to be moving in, and especially with Brocane only having 2 up. Now the Rek'Sai here could be activated, and that's going to allow, looks like the Rek'Sai is going to be activated. You have 4 runes to work with, and it's going to be very curious to see what Brocane could potentially have to respond to this. This could be the deciding factor of this match if Brocane is taken down, as another 3 might is going to be added with Void Drone. Math is for blockers, not for casters, so we're going to be sitting back and making sure that we don't have to do any of the math here. That's going to be the big thing. Even still, though, great play so far, and you get to see that the sheer might that Rek'Sai is able to dish out, it can be so difficult to try to counter this, as it looks like the Ornn is going to fall, and that will pretty much secure this game 1 win, because especially with Ornn, there's not going to necessarily be a whole lot that is going to be able to have its units be accelerated out. So again, we'll see what is able to be done here with this situation, and if there is going to be anything that Brocane can do to come back. But again, at the same time, if this is a hidden card that is going to be Hidden Blade, then this game is as good as over, because immediately you're going to be sacrificing all those runes no matter what to take out the Ornn. And again, this is the power that Rek'Sai is able to do. Again, potentially another very slept on deck where it can sometimes outpace even the miracle decks that we have in this meta, just by the sheer ability of the legend Rek'Sai herself. So very well done there. Love to be able to see this game. And yeah, Forgetful Crab has been playing it incredibly well, and it looks like that this is going to be going to Forgetful Crab. But still, game's not over yet, as we have a pit crew coming in. And so it looks like the cloth armor is going to auto-equip here. Going to move in. If this is a Hidden Blade, then there better be a Defy in hand at this point. Otherwise, this game is as good as over. But it looks like Not So Fast is going to be utilized instead. But still, that's only going to be leaving 2 runes left. And I don't know how I don't know how it's going to be able to get over to the other battlefield with only 2 runes left. It would take 2 1 cost. I mean, you could have Poro Snacks. You could have another Seal in this case, but that's... Oh, and we are going to 9 points. So even now, though, with the pit crew being at +6, this could be a very difficult battlefield to try to take over. But again, this is going to be a very close situation, as another Void Rush is going to be coming into the fray here. And a Defy coming in. Very well timed there by Brocane. Very much needed at this point. The last thing you want is for your opponent to go any wider here. So a great response there. But even still, there is a lot of work that Brocane is going to need to put in. And this has become a very popular deck for Rek'Sai, the all-yellow Rek'Sai. And then here we go with the Under Titan coming in. Now your other units get +2 here. And I mean, already having so many of the 1 might units coming in, that is going to be game number 1. Going over to the Rek'Sai. You love to see it right there. Laszlo, good to see you there. It is a very fun deck to be able to play Rek'Sai, and you're able to see the might that it's able to display. And that's one of the coolest parts. You play things like Vanguard Captains and things that create those 1 might units. And then you're able to send those 1 mights to be able to conquer. Meanwhile, the whole time you're building an army in the base that is just going to be so difficult to try to take down. So very well done there on being able to control the battlefield. And unfortunately, Ornn just had a little bit too slow of a start. Now, the biggest thing that I think impacted that game number 1 is going to be the signature spell itself from Rek'Sai. Being able to find it 2 times, 1 early game, 1 late, or 1 mid game. The late game one was, of course, defied, but if that even went off, that would be very dangerous at that point. Even still, though, having 2 of those in the beginning was just able to get him so far ahead that there was very little that Ornn could do to try to keep up with that. So we'll see what is able to be done here in game number 2, and especially now that Aspirant's Climb is gone, can Brocane bring it back? So let me know, guys, in the comments, do you think that Ornn is going to be able to take game number 2, or are we just out of luck here? And also got to say, very interesting to see that we have the Power Nexus for the Rek'Sai, being able to recycle 4 runes to score 1 point. And then on top of that, Ornn's Forge, very common for us to be able to see here, making all the gear after holding here cost 1 less. Very awesome. And you love to see that. So we'll see what's able to be done, as it looks like Brocane is going to be going first as we go into Game 2 of Round 1 of Champions of the Rift. And so with this, it's a little bit of the same story that we're able to see here. Not only that, but we're seeing what Faithful Manufacturer is able to do. Now, this is going to be very helpful for Brocane. The last time that, we saw Pit Crew, it was able to get a lot of points, and this is something that was really needed here. And, because you're wanting to be able to counter the aggression that Rek'Sai is able to dish out, and one of the best things to do that is going to be Pit Crew here. So immediately being able to play out the Consult the Past, that's going to allow 2 cards to be drawn there. And then the Rek'Sai is going to be finding the Seal of Unity, being able to now play that out. That'll be floating a rune to be able to play that. And then not only that, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Vanguard Captain potentially coming out now. I love that combo, especially on turn 1. Float a rune, play out a Vanguard Captain when you play Seal out with it. Such a good turn. Something that can just really make an impact. And so a lot of game left and a lot of things to be seen here. We'll see what is able to be done. And so we'll see what is able to be done. And if this is going to be able to make an impact. This is one of the best starts for Ornn, is to be able to get the Pit Crew. But even being able to have the battering ram come in, that's going to be a very difficult situation to try to run things through, because you're just able to add that 5 might. Now, at the same time, if you're not able to conquer, then you can get in a lot of trouble very fast on the Rek'Sai side. And so this is going to be a big turn for Brocane. He's going to need to have to figure out how to potentially get both battlefields conquered again. He's already gotten the one. Looks like he is going to be potentially playing the Azir in this case to be able to recycle 1 and switch places, then to move in and immediately be able to go right into the other battlefield. That is a lot of might that is able to be dished out right here. A total of 5 on one side, 6 on the other. Now, at the same time, there is still a good chance that one of them is going to fall. Brocane is tapped out. And so even if you wanted to attack into the Azir can still actually activate and switch places with the Pit Crew if you so chose. Now, of course, that can be a very difficult decision on trying to figure that out, but if you're able to time that right, I don't know what I would necessarily want more. +1 might when attacking, or the mobility that Pit Crew is able to display. So again, now this is going to be a difficult situation. On the plus side for Rek'Sai, now he is tapped out. That is going to be something very helpful here to try to work through the situations on what we can try to do to get things taken care of. If we are somehow able to deal with this board state, then we could be sitting very pretty, especially against Brocane playing Ornn. Again, very powerful deck that we got to just be very watchful of. So we'll see what is able to be done. But so far, it looks like a lot of them are just kind of debating on what they are able to do in their turn. And so, oh, there we go. That is maybe the answer that we want to see. Under Titan, again, adding +2 to everything. So now, not only that, it looks like the... Oh my gosh, looks like the battering ram is now going to go up to 7 might. So you can single-handedly be able to send it in to be able to take out either the Azir or the pit crew. Either way, both of them are probably falling. So there we go. Oh, and then a sneaky play right there. Being able to go in and play the cloth armor. What a play by Brocane. Being able to add shield too so that the Azir can now go about that. Now, why was that able to happen, you might ask? Well, Ornn's Forge. Something so sneaky right there to be able to take care of things. And now... while you control this battlefield, the first friendly non-token gear played each turn costs 1 less, so that is a free cloth armor right there. And now this is forcing for Rek'Sai to be able to attack in both so that you can take out Azir. Now, Brocane is going to have the decision to make here on whether or not he is going to switch places and allow the pit crew to fall. And in that case, that is what he's going to opt to do. Now, of course, one will still fall, and that is going to be... yeah, great choice there. But, man, was that a well-done play there. And a rather good surprise. Something that you got to be so careful of. But at the same time, now we are at 2 of the cloth armors out onto the battlefield. So maybe not something that we're going to necessarily see. But Brocane now being up 4-2. There's only 3 cards in Rek'Sai's hand. If we can somehow... stop Rek'Sai from being able to draw cards and stop some conquers, then we might be in a pretty good space. Now, you're going to be able to see now the mobility of the Azir and why it can be such a force to be reckoned with, as now we switch spots with the Ornn, allowing the Azir to still be readied and then attacking into the other battlefield. Very well done from Brocane. And this is why you can't sleep on, you can't sleep on Ornn. Not that you would want to. He is very fluffy, but seems like he is a muscular guy. But even past that, this is why I love what Ornn can do and the sheer power that it is able to display here. And I think also not a lot of people anticipate the cloth armor. It's a very easy mistake to make, to forget that, oh, by the way, yeah, there could be potentially a gear that costs 0. So definitely an interesting play there, and especially with something like Quick Draw, that is something so easy to not play around, unfortunately. But it looks like that's going to be the game, as we are going to be calling it early and going into the side decking again. So right there, we have Ornn that is taking game number 2. We had Rek'Sai take game number 1. And now... it's looking like it is all coming down to this. Who is going to be able to take game number 3 to take the first round of this Nexus night? We'll see what ends up happening here. But man, I've been actually very impressed by both of these competitors, and I can't wait to see what is going to be happening here. Also, really love that we have Arena's Greatest chosen as the Rek'Sai's ability. And then on the flip side, of course, Sigil of the Storm. So something to maybe punish the Rek'Sai deck on trying to get those early conquers. So very well done, and love the competition that we've been able to see with this thus far. Can't wait to see what is to come with all of this. So immediately starting off pretty well, we have a dog coming in that is able to get a conquer here. And now, of course, while you have another unit here, I have +1. So in this case, that's not going to necessarily apply, but still going to have the ability to look at the top two with the Rek'Sai ability. Things are going to start going here. And it looks like Cole of the Week is going to be coming in maybe a little bit early here. But to be able to stop the pit crew from being able to move is going to be that step in the right direction. Now, you will have to sacrifice that dog, but still, if you're able to stop that mobility there, it can severely slow down your opponent. But still, now being able to play the Trifarian Glory Seeker, that could be something to continue to get things moving. Is there going to be maybe another pit crew coming in? Doesn't look like it, but instead going to be using this time to build up the gear so that when Ornn comes in on the following turn, Brokane's going to be able to run and run fast at that. So it looks like a Void Rush is going to be finding its way again. This is something that was able to be so powerful in Game 1. Now it's going to be able to make that impact. Also, even just being able to bring the cost down by 2, then also draw the other card. Such a powerful ability right there. And so we'll see what is able to be done here as another Void Rush is being found on top of that. So already pretty crazy. So as of right now, we'll see what is able to be done. But right now, having the double Void Rush coming in is a step in the right direction here. Being able to also find the Zinzao, that's going to be, you know, a cost of 2 because you did, of course, play the Void Rush off the Void Rush, so that mitigated the 2 there. But still, having the Zinzao being able to come in, the only downside is you did not have the 2 units here. So, and also currently joined here by Ekpilot, who has been playing in this, but decided to step into the casting booth today.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So, I wasn't here for the first 2 games, but I think I know Brokane. Brokane's a well-known Ornn player in these events. But the Rek'Sai matchup does seem like a very tough matchup for him. How do you think he's been playing it so far?
So far, it's been going really well. I mean, we're able to see now that we have a double. Holy. I mean, and this is the problem of Rek'Sai, and what Brokane has been trying to counter here is the only reason that he did end up winning game number 2 was because he was able to match the aggression with the aggression, and that was with Pit Crew. In this game, though, we did finally get to see the Call of the Week come into play, and that was a devastating blow to Brokane. So now, 10 might out onto the battlefield. At least the Ornn can take it, but it's still going to be a very difficult matchup here now that he is down by 3 points.
And Rek'Sai already so close to the fabled 6 points. This deck can make a lot of just might, just straight up, for the stuff like Under Titan, the Rams. And I don't think, without Spellsonger and Shurelias, I just don't know how Ornn can deal with this aggressiveness.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be exactly what Forgetful Crab will do on the Rek'Sai side. It's like, let's continue to pull things back as we can. Then we'll continue to build up this army, because we saw with winning game number 1, he just had that huge, I mean, it was what, 6 or 7 units in the base, and then he was just able to push right into a tapped out Ornn and just overwhelm for that 8th point. So we'll see if that's going to be the option here as a Daring Poro is coming into play, and we'll see what is able to be done here. But it looks like that is exactly the strategy that Forgetful Crab will do again.
I mean, also just looking at the battle. Oh, Call of the Week is also huge here. Just getting rid of these GAs. Ornn doesn't have protection that he needs right now with 3 cards up and down 4 points.
Yeah, but there's another GA coming in, so at least a little bit of an answer there, and also having the seal to be able to mitigate the power cost that is needed here, so well done there. Now being able to move in for 11. The biggest thing, though, is Rek'Sai does not have a lot of cards in hand, so right now, Ornn could use this to his advantage and be able to build up a very difficult field. Ooh, especially with the charm.
I feel like what Ornn needs most right now is that Shirelius. Being able to give that Ornn ganking will help just mitigate the point loss. But more importantly, for Rek'Sai here, can just go up to 6 next round, conquer, and then Ornn has to respawn in 2 more turns. He doesn't have the mobility.
Yeah, but it looks like he does have the card draw. One of the biggest things that we have not seen yet, though, is the signature gear that allows ganking. That's going to be the biggest asset that Ornn is going to be able to use to be able to move from one battlefield to another and stay in this game. And the nice part is Forgetful Crab has been at a very low rune count this entire game. And so is that something that's going to be affecting here? As we go for a Hidden Blade, that is going to be a very costly... you're going to have to pay a lot of the... or just 2 Rebuke, actually, so... The seal is going to cover 1, but still, that could be a devastating blow.
I mean, deflect too, and we're not really making the most amount of like push. We're not pushing too much with this Hidden Blade. Only going up to 6, and to be fair, we are giving Ornn the ability to go back and draw cards. So this might kind of backfire on him.
Yeah, but the tough part is too, you're still able to go up to 7 points here. And so that's going to be the difficult part about this is, can Ornn now, even being back in the base, be able to now conquer both battlefields? Not only that, now the Rek'Sai will be able to activate on the Conquer if this goes through, and potentially even add an additional reinforcement, or maybe find a Call of the Week here, which could be another just devastating blow that would secure the game for Rek'Sai.
I mean, that is the strength of the Rek'Sai deck. We have the card draw, we have the availability to find these cards. Not sure what we hit off of here, but maybe a Void Rush, just another Hound.
Not something you want to see there. So, but it looks like it was between Rally the Troops and Trusty Ramhound, and so going with the unit might be that step in the right direction, but still, again, the rune count is rather low, and here's the hard part too. It's like, do you choose to extend into the other battlefield? That is going to be costing you another rune that you have to sacrifice, and then on top of that, both those units could very well be killed on this following turn.
Right, I feel like right now it's just a play from the Rek'Sai player. Does my opponent have the charm? Does my opponent have the Shirelius? We know Ornn's drawing at least two more cards on his turn, so Rek'Sai playing it safe here, not going for the win.
Well, and I mean, it could be something, yeah, where you just try to stack both the other battlefield with 7 points, and playing out potentially like either the Rek'Sai or just going to see what you find off the top when you conquer Sigil. So we'll see what's able to be done. Of course, you can still float the rune to be able to at least use the regular rune energy, but even still, right now, Ornn has a little bit of an uphill battle all the same.
See, and now the tables flip. We have a lot more cards in the Ornn's players' hands. We have the Defies, we have the Nosofaz maybe. It's all about, can Ornn find the movement? Oh, Singularity!
That might be a step in the right direction here, being able to take out both. So if Rek'Sai doesn't have any units in hand, this could be a very devastating blow, and especially now that the hidden card is coming out, that could also be another Consult the Past, which will add another 2 cards to hand, and Brocane might be in a pretty good spot. Now, one thing I want to point out real quick, Ekpilot, is look at how much card draw both of these decks have had so far. 21 for the Rek'Sai and 25 for Ornn.
Yeah, I think from what we can see... Oh, that's not the Zhonya's. That's not the Zhonya's, and we don't have any counterspells for this, and that's the Ornn gone.
But, I mean, that
does
is
the Ornn
full hand, though. That is a very full
Yeah.
hand.
I mean, with other builds, I'd say he's in trouble, but we know that he runs the pick gear, the pick gear. He has a bunch of gears still left, so might not be as bad of a detriment as we thought. As we once
Yeah.
thought.
Well, and also he has the Poro snacks. He has a lot here. So the Azir's going to be coming in right here. You're going to be able to, add a bunch of units to it. Now, here's the hard part, though. 7 runes at the ready. We have the battering ram that could very well move in and activate to add more units to the board. And a faithful manufacturer coming in to add another 1 might unit.
And to answer your question earlier, yeah, these decks, I feel like the more we've seen the Spiritforged meta evolve, we've seen a lot of decks have to rely on card draw. We've seen Jax pick up Herder. We've seen, Ornn doing all this draw, and it's to match the tempo from all these other decks, like the Dravens, the Miracle matchups, where if you don't have this card draw, it's just kind of a losing thing.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Rek'Sai has been kind of falling a little short, it seems like, on digging into the deck. Only finding a Trifarian Glory Seeker here at this point. And last time was the trusty Ramhound. And so it kind of sucks to be able to see just those small units when you really need to find those answers here against Ornn.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've seen all 3 Hidden Blades from the Rek'Sai right now?
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. We've seen 2.
All right. 2. All right, so we still have 1 Void Rush, 1 Hidden Blade, and maybe up to 2 Call the Week. So our Rek'Sai player is not out for the count, but that Zhonya's and the Azir spells this kind of doom for Rek'Sai right now. The movement from the movement from Azir might be too much.
It might be, but the hardest part is, though, even with all those cards in hand, if you don't necessarily have a secondary unit, especially something like the Pit Crew, you might be struggling here, but looks like we are going to be paying. Oh, and there we go for the Forge Cap. When I attack or defend, deal 2 to all enemy units here. Attack or defend. So that could be a big deciding factor here.
Yeah, and that just stops the Rek'Sai from going wide here. All his 2s, 1s, 3s just kind of just die to that Forest Fire Cape.
Now, one thing that I am a little bit surprised by is that we have had the Poro snacks out here for a while. Even though Brocane does have a lot of cards in hand, it does sometimes feel like, especially when you're in that point deficit, that just maybe having that one little more card in hand could be very helpful, even at the loss of a gear in an Ornn deck.
And I mean, we're already, to be fair, we already are going down few runes from the sigil. So maybe we're trying to figure out a play for 6. Like maybe we're trying to bluff a singularity and a defy next turn. Because 6 is, if we're only on 6 runes, we could like play into a singularity next turn, but we just kind of left empty. So Brocane might just trying to keep his mana pool just as big as possible without losing too much points.
Yeah, could definitely see that. And like I said, Brocane definitely is one that knows this deck incredibly well. You might not have heard this, but Brocane did win his skirmish with Ornn. But there's the call of the week coming in. Looks like a Defy is going to be answering that call. Very well timed there.
And that is the issue. We're giving a lot of card draw with our Hidden Blades that kind of makes our future removal spells much weaker.
Yeah, it's kind of paying for the lesser of 2 evils. Yes, I am getting rid of the Ornn, but I mean, the last thing you want to do is give Ornn more card draw. But even still now, with the Vanguard Captain coming in, there is a lot of units here, but they still have to be able to get over.
Now, Brocane just needs 1 unit here. Any unit in hand from that 6 card hand, and we have a chance of winning.
Yep, exactly.
Due to Azir's movement abilities.
Yeah, Azir's movement abilities is so powerful. And this is maybe, I think this is a change that Brocane has made in his deck here. And so, again, an Azir with an Azir.
There's a second Azir.
And so immediately going to be able to move over. And this is going to be dangerous because Brocane now can switch every single battle with the Azir that you want. So if you don't have the 13 might and you go into the Sigil of the Storm, well, okay, cool. Here's my 13 might unit moving in now. Can you deal with it? Love this play and such a top deck there from Brocane.
And remember, we also have the Forge Fire, so even with all these small units, we don't have the ability to match this 13 might because they all just die.
And so a Void Rush, maybe a last-ditch effort here, trying to get something. You're maybe looking for the +2 that is added from the... What's that card called? That unit. Yeah, Under Titan.
Oh,
There
the
it
Under
is.
Titan. There he is.
So Under Titan is going to be very powerful right here. This is maybe the one thing that Brocane might be a little bit worried about. But
And it is played.
at the same time, adding 2, you could still switch sides with the Azir. The Azir goes back to base. I don't know. That could have been the find needed.
And we are tapped out. This does buy us 1 turn, at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
So, due to the Forge Fire, our units will be trading most likely. So, it's all about Rek'Sai here, trying to figure out the least amount of mana, or the least amount of might he can send to deal with that Rek'Sai, the Azir, sorry, and still find the win.
And that's going to be very difficult to be able to do. And again, Brocane is still going to be having 5 cards in hand, so even after surviving all of this, he could go to 7 and 8. If any of that is 1 unit, then he could be able to conquer both abilities here. But it looks like the attack is going to be moving in.
Sending in 12. There we go. So currently we're sending in 15 might.
Now here's...
Yes, right, 6.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If Brocane switches over with the Azir, then there might not be enough might on the flip side to be able to take it out.
And to be fair, we also still have the Zonyas, so we can't just let this go through. And we're sending the other Azir over there.
So there is going to be a little bit of a trade here. Probably going to take out the 5 might and the 1 might at that point, but still, that's going to just be another card draw. Might be a good answer. There's 5 runes left at the ready for the Rek'Sai, and right now a total of 5, 8, 11 on the side of to be able to attack in Sigil of the Storm. So this is going to be a close call.
Remember, we still have the 2 Call of the Week and the 1 Hidden Blade still on our deck. So can we still find that? And we're adding the Atlas just to get up to 7. So is it 8? Sorry.
Oh yes, because when you move, you can switch gears. That's true.
Now here, would you think that moving the Ornn's Forge, the Fury, the Ornn's equipment, don't know the name of it, just to get that defense proc and maybe trade fully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and here's the thing too, because you're only using one of the Azir abilities, so now that it attacks in on the following, and it looks like that was a complete trade in this case.
Oof.
But now that you can
yes,
use
the
the
damage
other
already on
Azir,
there.
yep. Because when you attacked in, you dealt 2 to everything, and then you switched.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So very well done by Brocane. I mean, this is exactly what he needed to go his way. He has 1 more encounter to be able to deal with, but now he could potentially do the same thing again of dealing the 2 damage, then using the other Azir ability to be able to switch and allow another +2 with the gear to be able to go in. So, I mean, this is exactly what he needed to be able to take this game.
And I do think he might have this game. I think we're just trying to see what we can get from our Rek'Sai Conquer proc right now. We do have the Conquer and the Draw. So it's 3 cards that might win us this game.
So we got to see, though, it all comes down to what is top decked here. Come on, what is it?
Yeah, I'm in suspense. Does this winner just not lose? It's actually, this is the last 2 cards we'll see in this game, most likely.
Yeah, and it's been such a close match the entire time, and so it's going to be just a really close, and looks like it knocks us hopeful. That's
not what you like to see.
Not at all. And of course, you're going to be reinforcing, hoping that you're able to do so. And it all comes down to, what did he top deck here?
3 mana.
Oh.
Another Vanguard Captain. Oof.
Now, at the same time, you can still switch with the Azirs, take the gear, and then move right in, dealing 2 to everything. And I think that's going to be the play and how you win the game here. Tapped out Rek'Sai with 6 runes on the Azir, or on the Ornn.
Yeah. I mean, those tokens just do you no favors when you have the Forge Fire cape on there.
And he has 4 gold to be able to use here. And so, yeah, this is going to be a good little flip side here.
I mean, that's really well played from the from Broken over there, just knowing his deck. That Singularity. Not a card you see often by the ad from these Ornn players.
Yeah.
Does catch a lot of people off guard.
But it is putting in just so much work right now, as it looks like the Azir is going to be flip-flopping places. It will still be ready, now dealing 2 damage to everything. And what a game won by Broken.
I mean, that's what you see from a guy who knows his deck, piloted his deck to near perfection.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a finish right there. And we saw that the Rek'Sai was able to get very aggressive early on, being able to move in and get a lot of points early game. But at the same time, when you weren't able to do that, when your Call of the Weeks were defied in this point, and gosh, the double Azir, you got to see an amazing gameplay right there, and why Ornn is maybe a little bit slept on here.
Right, no, I think this was an Ornn masterclass. Being able to deal with one of your worst matchups, I feel like, just having this aggression, these Call of the Weeks, these Hidden Blades, and still navigating that to a win, it just says a lot about the player.
Yeah, and here's the hard part, though, too. It's like, when you did have the Call of the Weeks, I think, unfortunately, that was maybe the thing that gave the advantage to the Ornn. That, yes, you were taking down a unit, but at what cost? You gave him 2 cards. He played a Consult the Past, added another 2 cards, and then was able to just rebuild his units and find the answers that he needed. Very difficult choice to make there, but it looks like that might have been to the detriment of the Rek'Sai. So, with that being said, guys, we are going to be going into another game here. I think at this point, let's go over to Game Slayer. So, we'll join in on that lobby and see what we have in store. But yeah, guys, just so you know, we do play 4 rounds, and you are able to play or join in at any, or not at any time, but you're able to sign up and play for free. This is just a fun way for us to be able to get together and play some fun games and get better. So very well done. And as we go into this, it looks like that we are going to be seeing a Draven versus Azir. So kind of maybe a little bit of a surprise here. Now, we don't know what game we're in, but we are currently at 2-2 right now.
Apologies for that. What do we have? We have a Draven versus Azir.
Yeah, and it looks like Hook Azir, so very interesting. And of course, Gameslayer currently is tied for first place in this league. So definitely something to keep an eye on here.
Now, Gameslayer, if you don't know about him, he is a very, I think, a creative player. We've seen him play Set, we've seen him play Jax, Lee Sin, Azir. His deck building skills are pretty good. As we see, we have a Karthus on the board, doubling our Soaring Scouts, our Death Knell procs. So we do have a lot of just value here, especially with that baited hook.
Yeah, and here's the fun part. I love what this Azir deck is trying to do. We were able to catch it a little bit last week, but this is a Death Knell hook deck, which is a very unique idea, but it has been so explosive sometimes with how it's been able to go about this battlefield and these decisions here. So it might be a very difficult matchup for Draven, especially since it's like, what does this deck even have?
I mean, to be fair, I have no idea how this deck's going to operate. We've never seen a baited hook in Azir. And also, we do have equipment. That's 2 Karthuses on the board.
And so, again, this is something that you might have to worry about a little bit if something like the bird ends up falling, then you're going to be able to channel 2 runes. And so there's a lot of versatility here that you're going to be able to use here. And it's tough. It's like, what do you do?
I think that's 3 runes too on that bird because we have double Karthus, no?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Double Karthus, yeah. So that would be 3 in total, which is just absolutely insane. So now we see the Brutalizer adding in, taking out the Noxus Hopeful, a much-needed victory as Gameslayer now goes up 4-2 in the points here.
Oh, and then we use our baited hook to take advantage of our increased might from our equipment.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and now we get to dig for 5 cards, and it looks like we're finding a Renata Glask, which means all the tokens now enter ready.
And especially now that we have a Brutalizer, that's at the very least a 5 might attacker readied up with every single Azir Legend proc.
Yep, and then looks like
And we're drawing 3 with Sacred Shears!
You can see this insanity that this deck is able to utilize here, and just how wide, in a turn, not only were you able to clear out the Draven battlefields here, but now you're able to go in and you have a unit that will be able to draw potentially 3 cards, a bird that's going to be able to channel 3 runes, and now Renata that it will be able to ready all your tokens in the meantime. So there is a lot of versatility here, and you better watch out. I don't think Draven's ready for this.
Now, if I'm the Draven player, I am just hoping to see my Falling Stars over here. Like, I am begging to see them. And do we have one? Oh, there it is. I might have cursed him over here a little bit, but taking rid of both Karthuses,
yeah,
we do lose.
That's a major blow there, and again, that's the hard part. And Gameslayer correctly calling out, saying meanie, but that's why it's such a powerful card here.
I mean, to be fair, we still have stuff like the Spectral Matron. We have the Mixologist. We can get those Karthuses back.
Yep, that's definitely true, and it just takes a couple of Spectral Matrons or some Mixologists and things like that. This is going to be cool to see if we're able to add that versatility, but even still, Azir still has a board built up, even with both of the Karthus being taken out. So now what can we do to be able to capitalize on maybe having a little bit of a loss here, but still having a pretty impressive board state all the same?
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, we still have the Sacred Shears to draw. We do threaten 6 points, and that's exactly where the Azir player wants to be. So I think if you're the Draven player here, you have to figure out how am I going to stop the Azir going up to 6. Remember, we still have things, I'm assuming we still have things such as Arise to be a late game finisher. And there's a Kaisa. Kaisa's going to be accelerated, maybe?
Yeah, well, and also if you have something like Arise, then you're able to create the runes, and all of them will ready with Renata. So yes, while you were able to take out the Karthus, which is a great ability here, that still is something that you're going to have to watch out for, because any token that ends up coming in is just going to be like, hey, how's it going? Now I'm going to kill you.
Right, and remember, we still have the Trifarian War Camp here, and that greatly benefits us.
Yeah, exactly. And there still is 2 runes up, so we got to be a little bit careful. But it looks like no responses from the Draven here. That's going to be a much-needed victory. And now, Baited Hook can get us a much-needed card draw and another unit out onto the battlefield. Now, with that, I think in total, let me see, that is going to be 3-4 added. So
4 might, yep.
I'm not going to be able to find like a Harness Dragon or something like that, which would be almost a game ender against a Draven here, but still, maybe some good options still to be found.
I mean, to be fair, we're also just doing it just to get the draw.
Yeah, very fair. Could also,
we are going up
if you wanted to equip the Brutalizer too, I mean, just to help guarantee that a little bit more, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. Still, the card draw is going to be huge here.
See what we hit. Spectral. Oh, there's the Glask. Alright, that does mean we do threaten both of our Karthuses coming back next turn, and that does mean we could potentially draw 3.
Yep, very well done there. So, I mean, again, and I'm loving to see the mixologist have his answers needed. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But right now, I mean, this is I love this deck. I'm gonna be bringing this to my Nexus nights, 100%.
I'll be honest. I mean, as I said, the Game Slayer is a very creative player. We can see that just using all these cards that you would have never thought to put together in an Azir deck out of all decks.
Yes. But it's working. That's the coolest part. It's working so incredibly well here.
Now, Draven not out for the count here. We do have a draw 2 incoming from Kaisa. And we will go to 5. But I think as Games Fair, we're just happy with our current position. We're going to get 2 cards the next turn. At most, our opponent's going up to 5. And then 7, which is not even enough to win. And you do have the 6.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what's able to be done here. That is going to be a much-needed victory. A lot of card draw. You have the rune count as the Draven player to be able to make some powerful statements here. And we'll see what's able to be done. But right now, there's got to be a lot of answers found and a board that's built for 0-2 to be able to stand a chance here.
We do have 6 cards in hand and all of our runes up. So if I'm the Azir player here, if I really wanted to, I can just develop my board next turn instead of even thinking about going in. It's like, okay, you're only going up to 7 on your turn.
Yep, but that's also the risk, though, is if you give Draven another turn, what answers could they also continue to develop? They have the rune count. They have everything that they need here. Looks like we'll have a Forerunner potentially coming in. And playing to base, too, so that's going to be 6 might. I'll be right back to about 2 minutes.
I'll take your time.
Yep.
So right now, I feel like this Forerunner is just saying, okay, I myself don't have the out for the situation, but if somehow, due to a miracle, I do make it to next turn, I will win the game. But that depends if he's playing it in base or not. Yeah, so we currently are defending with 10 might, and on board, I feel like we do have enough. We have the Azir token. I can go up to 6, trade, and then we can just equip our 2 equipments next turn. So yeah, we are currently just threatening game.
There's also the real possibility of that Glass Mixologist being sent in as a death knell to just knock out 1, and which brings back a Karthus, which allows you to then continue with all the death knell stuff.
Yeah, you're actually right. We can get Karthus here, and that BF sword is just spelling doom.
That'll do it.
And remember, we still have the ready token, and that's how much that is. 5, 8, 11 might. And there's the rebuke.
There's the rebuke, so we won't get the Glass Mixologist proc, which is still okay, because he's got 2 brutalizers and the longsword, so he can send something else in as well.
Right, we can make any one of our recruits here to gain 9 might, and all depends on this one. If this equipment, if this hitting card is Fighter Fly, we can maybe stop his stop the equipment cascade here, because remember, Fighter Flying a unit back does not let you equip more units, equip more equipments afterwards.
So, from my point, you dump everything onto the Sand Soldier, send it in. If he Fighter Flights, then you can then baited hook to kill that unit, draws you a card.
Oh my!
Longsword.
You're so right. You're so right.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that, using the baited hook as a way of just removing our equipments. And I think this might be it. And we also still have the Azir Legend proc with Renata, with our Renata, so that's another ready.
Yeah. And we see the Tide Turner as well, which even then, killing that off, and then we can just equip whatever to either the recruit or the Renata and send it back in again.
Yeah, and I think that is just game on the spot.
There is the 2 recruits at, the 2 mech tokens at base, but it's not.
And we just do have game. We have the Renata with the Brutalizer that can just win the left, and we have our 1 recruit. and we have another Azir, and we still have our baited hook.
We are out of the green, out of green runes, so equipping the sword and the shears on either recruit or Renata. And then we've got the last recruit to conquer the other battlefield to win.
Right, yeah. I mean, this is just impeccable. This creativity from Gameslay over here. I'm just impressed by the deck building.
I mean, it works well. The baited hook, Death Kneel combo is a really, really nice combo, and I've seen it work really well a few times. I think the one thing it struggles with is consistency, but that's where the Azir Sand Soldiers sort of save it there. Is because you can create units that you can just put a set of Sacred Shears on, which will draw you 1 or 2 if you've got a Karthus on the field. It just gives you that little bit more consistency within the deck.
Yeah, and I do mean the as you said, I feel like once this deck pops off, it will pop off hard. But is it
Exactly.
about, can we find our baited hooks every single time? Can we find our Karthuses every single time? And that's probably what we're gonna see, and maybe if there's any game 2s or 3s.
So we'll see what's able to be done here, but right now there's been an absolute wall that has been built up. But it also seems like we need a well-timed rise here too.
Game's over. I think the players are just going over some rulings on. I think 0-2 is asking why some of the tokens are readied, and I think so. Just going over that, but I think this should be maybe. I'm not sure if this is game 2 or 3 or 1, but we'll be interested to see if it is a game 1 how the Draven can side out his answers.
Yeah, well, and it looks like we have just entered into turns as well. So, but it looks like that they are just talking over things here more than anything. So we'll see what's able to be done. And yeah, guys, I'll see about getting a deck list because I'm curious about Game Slayer's deck as well. So it's definitely one that we're going to be watching again here. But looks like it is going to be a much needed win from Game Slayer, and I will double check to see. Actually, they're the last ones. So after they report, looks like we are going to be getting into round number 2. So let's take a look, and then let me actually get the ping ready for everyone. But no, we've had some really unique games.
Right, yeah. And Ornn, this baited hook is here. I mean, this is what I love about just playing a bit later into the expansion. We do see these players just taking their time to build these decks, hone them, perfect them, and now we just see the fruits of their labor. These 2 explosive games from champs you would have, or playstyles you would have not seen before.
Oh yeah, 100%. And so, well, I mean, you gotta love, and there seems to be a risk and reward, but even still, you were able to get such an awesome response here. And looks like now we will be going into round number 2. So with that being said, guys, we are going to be getting a couple of games going. Let's see what kind of matchups we actually end up having here. Let's see. Let's go. We might be able to watch some. Let me see. Usually like to do people we haven't necessarily seen. We could go LDZ versus Opa Ivar. That would be actually pretty fun. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. But also, just so you guys know, for those of you who have just joined in, I am joined here by Ekpilot, guy who normally competes,
Hello.
but decided to become a caster for a day. So
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, I did cast the local skirmish that we did like a couple days ago, and I just thought it was a very fun experience. It's being able to see the games from this kind of different perspective, and it does help you just understand the game, like the gameplay more. Just seeing how both players are playing at the same time instead of just being at that like seat, that different like that POV.
Yeah, and it definitely adds an interesting aspect to all of that, and so we'll see how that ends up playing out. But I love watching these games because it just has a lot of depth where you get to actually take a look and dive into the gameplay and almost dissect it on your own while watching and commentating on this, which is why I love it so much. I love being able to do that. And so let's see. And then Ekpilot, what do you normally play in these tournaments?
So yeah, me personally, I think I've just been an orange-green lover since the start of this game. So I've just been on Jax. And I think like last week, I think it was a pretty successful showing from my Jax list. It went 4-0. So I'm excited to like use it more. I've been honing it ever since the start of the set. And some of these new cards we're seeing in set 3, I mean, they do seem pretty good. We have this new XP mechanic from Yi, and it'd be a nice time to return to Yi because I was a Yi main in set 1, so very excited to see what he has in set 3.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see on if we're able to gain enough XP, but it looks like that Yi has a lot of versatility that's going to be giving you a good advantage to gain up and at least get to level 11 where your 12 might Yi might be able to come out for 6, and if so, that could be a big game changer.
Right, yeah, and I do agree. However, I want to say I think something that's being very slept upon is Yi's first effect, the level 6 one, which I think is what you're going to be seeing most of the time. If we do have more going wide cards in green-orange, which we do have some with Desert's Call, but being able to give a lot of units that +1, and if you can give them all also hunt, and just keep going wide and gaining XP in that kind of way, could be an interesting like deck style if the people at Riftbound decide to take it that way.
Yeah, definitely would be really interesting to watch, and I'm going to be curious to continue to see what else we have revealed. I think we have just under 40 cards so far revealed. We have another 2 weeks to go with all of that, so we'll see what is able to be done. Still looks...
I think you're excited about seeing that Ash card.
Yeah, no, that was cool. I'm still curious on what that final legend is going to be. A lot of people are saying Poppy. It might be Ash. It might be something else entirely. But, man, if we can get Ash going, that's going to be one that I am going to be playing for a long time.
One that I'm excited about is Kha'Zix. I feel like it still has the mild ramp of a Yi, because you can still play a Yi in that deck, while being able to expend the energy, so to speak, to then increase power. I feel like it's going to have a lot of utility that'll come up very fun.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. So it looks like we actually aren't going to be... the opponent still hasn't appeared, so we're going to be hopping into a different game. That 10% versus Trethys. So we'll see what is able to be done here. But it looks like, holy crap, another Ornn versus Garen, oddly enough, as 3 seals are being played out for the Ornn.
Now, Garen, I'm not sure if you guys know, there's 2 main thoughts about the Garen mains. They split off into 2 types of people. And that's the Aurora Garen mains and the token Garen mains. And from what I see, I think this is a token Garen deck. We're just trying to just flood the board with as many cards as possible, and maybe sometimes trying to get our Garen Legend to proc. And to be fair, in this Ornn matchup, we probably can't do that, where he's only going to be holding one single battlefield at a time. And rally the troops. Now, do we have the Legion captain to follow this up?
Feel like we're going to need to, but it looks like a full pullout in this case. That's going to also be creating another recruit, very much needed at this point. But this is the hard part now. Ornn is developed and has a lot of might, so you're going to be relying on a lot of removal here, trying to get things moving, trying to get things activated here. And if not, then the Ornn might really have an advantage here.
Specifically here, we do come into the issue with a lot of these Ornn decks where, okay, we can set up one really big battlefield, but if you can't have access to the other one, we do just lose the holding. So it all depends of, does this Ornn have the movement? Does he have the same tech that we saw with Brocane with his ears?
Yeah. Now that's a good question to ask, and we'll see. But again, this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Ornn. But one that...
There it is. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, I was really hyped. I was hyped.
That's the one that we've been wishing Brocane was able to find, but in this case, this is going to be something to really shift the tide into Ornn's favor.
Sorry, you were saying before I cut you off like that?
I don't know anymore. But all I know is that, yeah, that was exactly what you were wanting to see, and now this is going to be a very difficult Ornn to try to take down. You're going to need a lot of answers here.
Now, to be fair, Ornn, we have all the might if we go to that Trifarian War Camp because of the +2s. But if we do go into the same situation where we do find our Force Fire cape, we kind of just get rid of that entire board. So it is just... Oh, and there's that Garen draw to very rare sight, by the way.
Very
what
rare.
we just saw. Now we're currently defending with about, what is that, 6... That's 10 might on that board right there. So I think we just trying to get the draw 2s. We go up to 5. And now it's just a game of just ping pong where Ornn goes from one side to the other.
Yeah, but I mean, he definitely has the mobility and strength to be able to do so. But even with having a Vanguard Armory, I'm not sure that's going to be able to impact the game enough unless you're somehow able to start utilizing the Imperial Decrees and things like that. Then maybe, but that's only going to be for one turn.
So yeah, Imperial, the Vanguard Armory is 6 smite, if you think about it, on that Trifarian War Camp. And I think we're just stacking.
I think so.
Oh my gosh.
And that is just so much might on that board. But remember, if we do find that Force Fire cape, that all that might just goes away.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be a big turn, but at the same time, Trethys just only has the 2 cards in hand. That is it. But even still, all the units, I mean, heck, you could even just take out a lot of the units and have the Guardian Angel be spent, but then you're also going to be adding a lot of might again to the board state here. So this is a difficult situation to try to deal with.
And we have to remember that we do have 6 might every single turn with that Vanguard Armory, and we don't have the point tempo just to keep holding our 1 point. So it all depends on how Trethys wants to figure out the situation. Maybe if we have one more GA, we can try and start breaking this board little by little.
Yeah, or even like a 7-songer might be a good step in the right direction, being able to double the might. It looks like there's going to be 34 might that is currently in the Trifarian War Camp. So if somehow Trethys can then get to that might ability, then there might be a chance here.
There we go.
Hi, David.
Hello.
All right.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Doing good. You're seeing a Garen masterclass right now. 34 might.
That's what I'm here for.
I mean, you missed out on some pretty cool decks. We had an Azir Hook list that did really well. We had Brocane's Ornn list. And now we have Garrett and Ornn. It's going at it. Battle of the Titans.
Excellent, excellent.
So again, though, this is just going to be an absolute wall that is able to be built up here, and I still don't know. I mean, Ornn, the biggest thing that he's been struggling with right now is the card draw. We saw 3 of the seals come out right when we joined this match. That's going to be a difficult thing, though, because yes, it's nice that we don't have to worry about power here, but you're supplementing those 3 power with the seals for what could potentially been the card draw.
Oh.
And we are just using our GA just to break this board little by little.
Yeah, we have another turn to work on breaking this board. So this is, if you're going to do it this way and use your GA like this, you have to do it now. You don't want to let him go up to 6 when you do this, because you could end up leaving the battlefields empty and make it way too easy.
Oh. Yep.
Now remember, one crucial point about this battlefield here, with Trifarian and with Yellow Garen, that's a +2 to every single one of our recruits. And we have the Vanguard Armory. So at least those 3 tokens become 9 might. And as big as an Ornn can get, that might just be a bit too much.
And still, you're also
Managed to get rid of quite a bit here.
He got rid of a lot of units, but there's still a lot of token units sitting at that battlefield.
So that's currently, what is that, 8 recruits. That goes up to 16. But then if we add the Garen, that becomes 24, and whatever Garen is, that's 29 might. And we can add 3 more recruits. That'd be 38 might on that battlefield.
Yeah.
We're waiting for a Ornn to pull a Forge Fire.
Yeah, Forge Fire or a Spellsonger is really disgusting here, because if you can find the Spellsonger, the Ornn's might is going to jump up really, really high. And that's the only way he can really compete with this many recruits on the board at the same time.
Yeah.
Also, do remember, our Ornn is very vulnerable right here. If we can find our Call of the Week, he might have the 5 for it, but he's only on 2 cards.
I mean, I just can't imagine what might be able to be done here to give the Ornn a fighting chance here. 10% is doing so good, and now being able to add an additional...
Dropping the like that.
I mean, how
It's,
many
Ornn
units do you need in a base?
Yeah, this is a ton of might, and pulling these units back I really, really like here, because it allows you to adjust to what Ornn does. And the other thing we have to consider here is Yellow also has a ton of kill spells available, which could make pushing the Ornn back possible as well, especially if Ornn ends up playing out all the cards from hand. You can use a Hidden Blade to move the Ornn back to base, and then just walk recruits in for free.
Right. I feel like Ornn here doing the right thing, just saying, okay, I'm gonna try and protect that left battlefield for as much as possible.
Oh
and
my
we have a
gosh.
confront. That's another +3 with the Vanguard. And we do have a draw too. That's a rally the troops. That's 9 might going straight to that Trifarian.
Might is about to enter the board. Yeah, I have not done all the math myself, mainly just because there's so much to try to count on this board, but surely it's higher than 15.
I mean, yeah, that definitely probably is. Maybe one thing I kind of dislike about this Karina is maybe we could have summoned our Garen here, just used his aura effect to get a lot of just extra power on our might, on our units here.
Well, what we have, we still have Confront on the board, so we could play this Garen ready as well.
Oh, you're
Still
so
have room.
right. I mean, to be fair, also Garen can go the easy route here and saying, okay, you can't move Ornn twice in a turn, so I'll go up to 7, you'll go up to 6, and you're forced to come into Trifarian, and that's where my deck is strongest.
So this is going to be
Yeah, here's the Garen.
Yep, there's the Garen, and this is going to be a big play right here. And I do like that 10% is kind of taking it slow, making sure that we have all the options needed here. But it looks like we are going to be going in immediately, also creating the 3 units, then also Glass moving in. Yep, there we go. That's going to be game.
That's too much. Now, for the folks at home, let me figure out how much that was, because that was an insane amount of might, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's way too much. And the unfortunate thing with blue-green is sideboard in a Forge Fire cape, but you can only get one of those in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have access to Cannon Barrage or Flurry of Blades that might be able to wipe these boards a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And also, that game we drew our Aurelias, which I think is like pivotal for this matchup, but that is also one of the chances we draw into that in games 2 and 3.
Well, and that's going to be somewhat the shortcoming of Ornn in this case, that it can fall to the aggro-style decks. I mean, we saw how much in round 1 that Rek'Sai was able to torment the Ornn, at least in the beginning, and now we're seeing that exactly here, that's where Ornn can fall short, is that a lot of your stuff is going to be one-ofs. You're running maybe 1 or 2 Azirs. You might be running, only one of each of your signature gear here. And that can be stuff that really starts to set you back.
Yeah, it's the question of, I have an answer for everything in my deck, but I'm only allowed to run 1 copy of each answer to everything. And if I don't draw them in the right time, I may as well not have.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so it's a very difficult thing, but man, when Ornn hits, it can get going. Now, the hard part is here too, though. 10% has the gear destruction. We have Sabotage and a couple of other cards that could potentially really start to move things down. And starting out with a Lucian, kind of unique, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian, good into Draven, good into these kind of matchups where you don't need to... Like, you don't want to keep your units on board because they have higher mites than you. But also just the pick gear, I think, very important in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially just being able to get those early points and be able to meet the aggro with the aggro. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that Ornn is going to need to be able to take this game too.
Yeah, one thing I really love about the Lucian in the Garen deck is... One of the problems that Garen can have if you're playing a more aggressive playstyle is if you get units stuck on the board with your early conquers, you can no longer conquer with 4 units and get your 2 draws. And Lucian avoids that problem because you can steal your early conquer points and then move that unit back, which opens the battlefield up to then conquer with 4 units on the next.
So a lot of versatility here. We already see the aggression that is coming in from this token deck that Garen is displaying here. And Confront's going to be a big card right here. It looks like almost immediately trying to go for getting control early of this battlefield. If we can get enough units here, well, then we could potentially win game 2 and 2-0 here and Ornn.
I mean, that Unity Plaza, if the same thing happens since last game, that could just be an alternative win condition for the Garen.
Yeah,
Also,
Grand Plaza, an amazing win condition to try to build around. Not amazing in terms of its quality, in terms of meta relevance, but very, very fun.
Mm-hmm. I think,
Decks
I mean,
that
this
have been
Garen
modeled
player,
around it. The Lee Sin, I saw a Lee Sin Aurora deck that's goal was to do that, and I think there's more exploration that can be done with this battlefield, and I think Garen's got a good idea on it.
Yeah, now here's the difficult part, though, is the pit crew is going to be putting in absolute work here, finding the correct gear to be able to get things moving. And then, I mean, on top of that, if we are able to potentially get any additional gear out onto the battlefield, pit crew will also still be able to fight another day.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation, like a little bit of a decision that has to be made is you could play another gear to ready the pit crew, but then you're not holding up Not So Fast to deny the salvage on the Forge Fire Cape. And I think if Forge Fire Cape is so important to this matchup, you really want to hold up 2 runes at the end of every turn to deny Garen the opportunity to salvage at that Forge Fire.
Right, yeah, and we were talking about Forge Fire last game, of how integral it is to this matchup. Also, one really cool thing I've had, not sure if I've seen it, you guys seen it in multiple blue decks, but using Treasure Hoard just to use as a, like a, I'm not sure what the right word is, but as a call replacement for pick crew, as in just a conquer, pay the 1, summon a gold exhausted, and bringing that pick crew back. And there's a salvage. Do we have the answer?
This is going to be big, but it looks like we will with a Not So Fast coming in to be able to stop that. Now, does he have 2 in hand? That's going to be the big question here, because with a tapped out Ornn, this is the time to be able to capitalize.
Yeah. And the other benefit that Garen's getting out of this is you've put Ornn down to 3 runes and 2 cards. So it's not the end of the world here if you wait a turn. If you don't have the other salvage, you're still getting a lot of value out of this turn because Ornn
Yes.
is really, really low on resources. The blue Ornn is not going to come out anytime soon.
And it's interesting to see that we're prioritizing our gold tokens as a way of just
Oh,
getting
it's
more
a-
might on our Ornn. Oh, and there's the second salvage. Oh, going for GA.
Okay.
Interesting choice right there. And
Is
then
it
are
third
we going to see?
salvage?
Nope, a Call the
Oh,
Weed.
it's called the wheat.
But I mean, that you're sacking your Lucian for this too. I mean, but yeah, you are going to be taking out the aggression that Trethys was able to utilize here. But the hard part is now you have no units and you're giving the Ornn the ability to potentially play out another unit. Now, does he have one in the 3 cards? I'm not sure that he does. And it looks like it might just be a building up of units so that Ornn can come in on the following turn.
Double Doors
this-
Shield.
This might be a very aggressive play to say, okay, you're going to be on... Oh, there's the confront. Okay, so we do have more units in play.
Vanguard Captain plus Confront could get us 2 points.
Right, that's 2 points. And we can next turn, we're probably just summoning our Ornn because we didn't have units on this turn.
Yeah, but this could be a huge setback if you're not careful because, I mean, if you can play out your Ornn but you have no way to start getting it into the battlefields, then that 10% is going to be up to 6, and that could be very difficult at this point to come back from.
Right, yep. Only up to 6. We do have a force fire.
Yeah, and with the GA gone and potentially out of not so fast as well, this Ornn is very vulnerable to a Hidden Blade or Call the Weak right now.
And that is a cost that you would happily pay. And so it looks like 10% will just go ahead and score the 2 and then get out of town and try to rebuild the base to be ready for the final assault to be able to get up to 8 points.
A 6 drop.
I love cards like this. I love seeing the meme deck player in me loves cards like Recruit the Vanguard that really don't see a lot of play, but in moments where they're great, it's so good to see those cards.
Yeah, I
100%.
completely agree there. And now, I mean, heck, if they're, I don't know if this Garen's going to be running it, but if we're able to see a Imperial Decree, then this game is as good as over. But even if not, there's still a lot of might out onto the board state. Looks like another very powerful Ornn gear going to be coming in to potentially get things moving here and try to get some more points and hold. But at the same time, I don't know how 10% could still win this out in just one turn.
The Grand Plaza isn't too feasible anymore because of the ganking on Ornn.
Yeah, it's a little less feasible now. Oh, Stratagem will absolutely wrap this game up as long as it goes through.
Yeah, the only thing that stops it would be the wind wall, but I kind of doubt. I know sometimes you cite it in, but that is, again, another one of that Ornn might run, but it looks like that is going to go through. That's going to be a +5 on everything.
Every single one.
Yeah, now we've really got to get a good counter on the Ornn because the big thing that we have to consider here is that even with the Grand Stratagem, if Ornn is big enough, it can be tough to push over top without losing everything in return to Forge Fire without a big trade. Now, you'd still absolutely take a trade if you are the Garen, but you'd, of course, rather win.
Yeah.
It should be plenty.
I mean, right there, we have 28 that's already going in. I mean, and you just need to be able to take the battlefield, and then you just send one over at that point. So we'll see what's able to be done here, but I just don't see what the Ornn could even have in hand to be able to get over the sheer might that Grand Stratagem has just added.
Yeah, it should be plenty. Forge Fire won't be enough to wipe these units off the board. And ends up being the correct decision to cast that second salvage on the GA and not the Forge Fire as much as we were expecting. As Grand Stratagem sort of mitigates the impact that Forge Fire can have on this game.
Oh, but looks like we are going to be trying to do a last-ditch effort with the gauge here. That is only, though, going to be adding a +3. It is nice that it has the quick draw, but that is going to be up to 20 for the Ornn, and then on top of that, with dealing, what is it, 2 to every unit when defending?
It'll deal 12, so that'll be up to 32. Unfortunately, on the other side, we've got 38, so it ends up being pretty close.
And there's still
to
2
trade.
runes up, still 2 runes. So, but it looks like there is the celebration coming from. That might be the signs of the GG here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really unfortunate. Ornn already struggling as a legend, but Garen is not an excellent matchup. And it can feel really bad. Oh, Imperial Decree would have also been
Yeah, you had the answer.
really worse for Garen than it would have been for Ornn with the Forge Fire.
Yeah.
Well, yes, so you would have just... You would have had to send in the Vanguard Captain at that point just so that you'd survive through the original Forge Fire.
Right, but the Forge Fire dealing damage would kill to Imperial Decree, so you couldn't send any combination of units in if you cast your own Imperial Decree to get rid of the Ornn.
Yep.
True that.
You would have to.
Good idea
survive
not
it
to
over.
use it.
Yeah.
This was...
So I'm guessing that that's going to be the end of that match, because it looks like they're just kind of. Are they still playing from what we've seen, or was it confirmed to be over?
I see the revealed
the
hand from
reveal-
Ornn, which normally tells me it's
Oh,
over.
Yeah. So I mean, still, I'm actually kind of shocked that the Garen was able to take it here. So, but yeah, a really well done play. Sometimes, yeah, you get to see that eat Garen, where a lot of people are saying this is like a F tier deck, and justifiably so. Then being able to go in and have just a superior matchup here, and being able to still go off even with the tokens.
Yeah.
We're coming into this game state, and it's looking very one-sided here.
It does look like one Miracle deck has miracled and the other one has not miracled as much.
Yeah, well, this is also a little bit different. Even with the Ezreal, we haven't seen necessarily a whole ton of the weapon Cole, unless you're trying to go for the pit crew play. But a lot of us know that that is just not the superior play here for an Ezreal deck necessarily.
Yeah, Pit Crew can do a lot of good. It's still definitely a viable option. It's just not... It has proven to be prepared for it and less viable than Alan's, Super Ezreal deck that has become the more popular variant.
Yeah.
And it looks like this might be the detonate build of Miracle Draven here, especially with the Vi in. Very powerful version. It'll be interesting to see if this deck is able to hold up after the ban list. If there is anything, we're still theorizing, of course, what that might be. But you're able to see the sheer magnitude that is able to be added here. But at the same time, I mean, Jay still has, what is it, like 9 cards going to 10 cards in hand? And so we'll see.
Yeah. One thing I really love about this Detonate build is the ability that it has to interact with opponent's gear. And that's an issue that maybe Miracle, the one weakness, if it had a weakness, one of the weaknesses is that it did a lot of its own thing, but didn't often have a ton of disruption for the opponent's game plan. And having the Detonate and other sort of gear removal in that package allows for the Miracle deck to do its own Miracle while still denying the opponent their own game plan, which makes it even stronger than it already was.
Yeah, exactly. Now, one thing that can be a major shutdown is pickpocket, and that's something that Ezreal definitely wants to usually side in against these matchups, but it looks like, in any case, it hasn't necessarily been hit. Now, this is going to be a big turn for Ezreal. He has a lot of work that's needed to be done, but at least has, hopefully, the card count and the rune count to be able to do so.
Yeah. It's
What
tough
about-
if we're on the crew version. We could get a crew going, but I just don't know if we can get it tall enough to get over these boards.
No, not at all. And gosh, it looks like already going to be putting out 7 runes. Might be going for a 1,000 Tail Watcher. That's a step in the right direction, but you're only going to be able to clear maybe one battlefield, especially since you could accelerate it out still. Ezreal would cover the extra blue power that would need it to be played here.
Yeah, the only other way I could see this working is a Bellows Breath. If you had the Watcher plus a repeated Bellows Breath, then suddenly you can wipe one battlefield and maybe get close to wiping battlefields, but it still probably would not be enough.
Yeah, and
The Rosses are just over the limit of Watcher Bellows Breath.
I do really like the combo that they just did with Pack of Wonder to be able to get the pit crew at the ready, being able to bounce back a gear at this point and then immediately playing out the Seal of Discord again. So very well done to be able to do that. And we'll see, though, can we actually take these battlefields?
Yeah, the
And when
unfortunate thing...
when the seal came back down, it came in readied again, so it was able to use it again to equip another equipment.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing here is we are just kind of, like, we've done all of this really great stuff. We might have enough to get over top of these battlefields, but we are just losing to Rebuke. As we can do all of this stuff and then just lose to Rebuke anyway, and hopefully that's not the case, but I think that that's very possible here. With only 3 cards left in deck, which we know were put there by the Vi, he should be aware also if there's a Rebuke available.
Yep, and if there is any chance, even if this board state does get dealt with, Jay's only going to be at 6 points, which means that you can utilize the Vi to be able to stack your deck up again. And it looks like, yep, that's going to be the match as we go into another game. We don't know if we're necessarily in game 2 or game 3, but we'll see what is able to be done there. But that's the Miracle Detonate Draven right there.
Yeah, deck is definitely looking to be a big stomper over the next regional, this Atlanta regional. Some of the matchups that are very good into it relied a little bit on gears that were good into the original Miracle, some of the faster decks that rely on their gears to provide a lot of value. Is Miracle Draven is now pretty much able to answer those a lot more efficiently.
Mm-hmm. And so this is the hard part too, because, you know, especially when playing a Miracle Draven, you're wanting to get out the battering rams early game so that your Rassas can come out late game. And that sometimes is an aggression that Ezreal just has a very difficult time trying to run here, that you are able to get in and get units out, but at a slower pace. You're not running 2 drops. You're playing out an Ezreal, but you don't want to use that for battling. And so it's just a very difficult situation when you're going against such an aggressive deck that is Detonate Draven.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he plans on handling it here.
Now, there is always a chance that Miracle Draven can brick. If there is that chance, even with all the crazy card draw that it is able to utilize, sometimes the deck just doesn't deck, and that can maybe be something that Ezreal can utilize here to capitalize on, as it looks like it is going to be discarding a Cole and drawing 2.
Super aggressive on the called shot early on. Oftentimes you'd wait a turn till you have a little bit more runes, but just going straight in for it right away.
Yeah, and that's going to be setting him back an entire turn. Now, yes, you do start with an additional rune up in this case, but right now, Miracle Draven, he's got 4 out. He's going to be playing out his Draven, and now Ezreal is back to only 3 runes with a full hand. I don't necessarily love that.
It's definitely a problem I see with some of these card draw focused decks is if you draw all the cards in your deck but don't have enough runes to play them, how much value did you really get out of drawing all the cards in your deck? That's the thing that Miracle Draven does that makes it so powerful, is that you can draw all the cards in your deck and then play all the cards in your deck.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. And also, oddly enough, here we see an overzealous fan now coming in to be able to at least defend. But it looks like an immediate response with the fight or flight, and this Ezreal very well might be as good as dead.
Yeah, that is a really rough look here. It's going to be a 1 combat for the Draven, and then which provides a draw. It looks like we didn't elect to use the Draven trigger, and the Spinning Axe will come in to answer the Stupefy. It's going to be a draw for Draven, a removal of the Ezreal. It is really disastrous for Jace here.
Yeah, this is a step back that you did not want to see whatsoever. And now, of course, Draven's going to just be able to capitalize on this momentum. Ezreal's going to have to spend a turn even trying to rebuild. Not only that, is only going to be at 5 runes, and Draven's going to be moving into 7, then 9, and just be able to cascade into more and more of a build. And we haven't even seen the card draw yet from Draven. And so being able to get this far ahead and then being able to start to access your deck, this is a mountain that Jay, I don't know if he's going to be able to climb.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If we have the pit crew in hand, we can start getting a little bit more aggressive, but the Draven is already so large. It's the Draven Spinning Axe part of this deck is so powerful because of how large it gets so fast with one singular unit. It denies a lot of aggression from other decks because those aggressive decks have to play carefully around the Draven, which is slowing them down.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is going to be tough. And I mean, on the plus side, at least you are able to play out the overzealous fan. You do have to be a little bit worried, potentially trying to play out a unit so that you don't just push back a unit. But looks like a stack deck is going to be used in response to the attempt to conquer on overzealous fans. So Draven's going to be able to take a look and potentially find something very useful for his next turn.
Yeah, definitely looking for the combo pieces, the called shots, the battering rams right now. If he manages to find these when he's already got this big of a lead in tempo, the game is about as good as wrapped up. You really have to hope that you're ahead of the Miracle Draven when the Miracle comes down. And right now, Jay is a little bit behind on tempo, and that's just a really nasty place to be in against a deck that creates so much tempo out of thin air.
It's true. We did just see a battering ram go to the bottom of the deck off that stack deck. A battering ram and a detonate went to the bottom.
And gosh, that's going to be difficult here. And now Draven has the momentum to try to push in and continue to devastate. And again, this goes back to the point of where, yes, Jay was able to get a lot of cards in hand at the very beginning, but now what is he able to quite do now? We haven't seen a whole lot of gameplay here. Now the Ezreal's coming in. We're probably going to discard the scrap heap and then get even more card draw. Nope, instead of called shot.
Oh.
Holy.
Whoa.
Okay.
We definitely bricked here if we're discarding called shot.
Or if we're discarding cold shot, what could he possibly have in his hand that's more important than that?
Yeah, it might be the detonate treasure trove combo here. And he has the seal, so he might have drawn that off of the Ezreal after discarding the called shot. So that kind of sucks, but man, I could only imagine what does he have in hand that he would want to discard a called shot.
Yeah, maybe a read on the fact that he feels like he's so far ahead in this game that he doesn't need to go for a miracle, and he can just play a solid Draven game plan and win, even if his deck isn't super optimized for that. But no, he just has another one. That's what it is.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem. Good to have you back. And yeah, it looks like we're watching a Miracle Draven, Detonate Draven versus an Ezreal here. And it is, I mean, it looks like, unfortunately, that the Draven has been bricking, but the Ezreal has not been able to optimize that.
Yeah, it was just a very early commitment from the Ezreal, is just getting I think getting into the idea that you have to score early points against Miracle, which is true, and maybe overextending for those early points a little bit got them trapped by that red Draven, and it's put them in a bit of a tough spot. Pit Crew can still come down and start really cooking up some points, but
I mean, I think that's your only answer right now as the Ezreal player, because I mean that red Draven is threatening 9 might, and even Singularity that only takes him down to 1 health. We have the super fight to.
we've already seen one
Kill 'em
Stupefy, but there's no way you do that. Oh, it's Bellows
Nah,
instead.
it's Bellow's
Oh.
breath. Yeah, we do get a draw, but we do lose out on a lot of resources here. Only going down to 4.
But again, even just taking out that Ezreal can be a step in the right direction. That is one of the corner pieces of getting this deck going, just being able to get things out. And in this case, another Seal is going to be coming in. Maybe we see another Ezreal. Nope, looks like we are still going to get a Forerunner. A good
Oh.
option still.
Oh.
That can be very devastating for Ezreal to have to deal with here.
A Forerunner, one of the
interesting.
harder cards. Right?
It looks like there may have been just a pivot in Draven game plan. Away maybe from the battering rams and the Rosses, maybe a read that this player has on the matchup. Is because typically I don't think you'd see Ferris in the standard Miracle list. Though correct me if I'm wrong.
Not
Now, if I-
necessarily. You can side deck it, especially because of like the Kaisa and hard spell removal here.
Right.
But even still, I haven't seen it necessarily in a whole ton of lists. So this might be a choice specifically from Nat here to be, from I forget who player 54. Let me check. Anyway, but it might be a personal choice here that could be paying off huge.
Now, do we know is this in the main deck or is this game 2 and 3?
This is game 2-3.
Yeah, so I do know the really popularized Detonate Draven list, the one with the guide. I think it does run one singular Forerunner. And remember, in these decks, we are just drawing our entire deck. So these one-offs, I mean, we do see them every single game. So having this big might unit that just spawns more, it's just such a hard body to get rid of, especially in Ezreal.
Yeah, definitely true. And yeah, it's going to hold a lot of value in this game, especially when you had such a strong early game and Ezreal still struggling a little bit to establish a pretty strong board. This could really become a massive issue if you can sit it on a point. It might buy you a little bit more time to get out of this brick state that you found yourself in early on into the game.
Well, and this is the hard part too, because it's like this is a very slow Miracle deck that Draven has been dishing out this game. Usually you would have a couple of maybe battering rams out and things like that. We've really only seen Draven and Ezreal. I think, yeah, that is all that we've seen, and now a Forerunner. And so a very different pace than what we're normally able to see, but it looks like now we're starting to get into that late game, so we're going to start seeing the Rosses be utilized and potentially a very devastating board state. But the Rebuke coming in, that is one of the biggest setbacks on a Forerunner.
Okay, we are going down to only 4 runes, 10 to 4. I mean, we do get a point back. We go up to 5 next round, 6 with the Pit Crew, if we can somehow go through with this. Yeah, and there's our battering rams.
So, and again, that battering ram, that's usually something that you do want to see a little bit earlier in the game, but just wasn't able to be found or utilized. But now, I mean, you just added back 17 might onto the board, and even if the Forerunner is taken out, you're still going to have to deal with the additional 6 might and 2 bots.
Here is Ezreal's one boon right now. We will be going down to 7 and then 9 next turn, and that's when we can get Watcher. I think Watcher right now is the pivotal card in this matchup, because we are at 6, so we only need to do one more double conquer, and sure, our opponent's gonna throw down maybe like 20, 15 might on both battlefields. But if we have a Watcher, we could just maybe go through with it, especially Watcher and maybe Arcane Shift to get the double -3 proc. Make those Rosses all go down to 0.
It's tough though, because I mean, you're down to 5 at the end of this turn, so you'll have 7 next turn, 9 the turn after. In order to Watcher and then Arcane Shift the Watcher again, you need 10. And really 11 if you want to accelerate the Watcher on the second go. That's just too far away, I think, to expect to be able to get that out this game.
Right, yeah, and it's just we don't even have an accelerated Watcher next turn because we're only gonna be on 7. I mean, that early game rebuke, those early game like having to use our equipments just put us down a lot of gold, a lot of runes. Sorry.
I really love the plan that Jay is going for here, though. With an overzealous fan on both fields, you're not going to be able to deny Draven access to the battlefields entirely, but you can force some of the units off. You can force some of the might to be left in base, which might give you this one big window of opportunity next turn to go for the 8 point.
And it also means the Draven won't get the point of winning combat.
Yeah, also true.
Our threatening game right now with that ganking Pickeroo too, if he just goes back with both.
Yeah.
And there's the Zealous proc. Only 5 might there, so will our Draven player decide to just reinforce that or just let it be?
Yeah, 11 runes up is still plenty of things to do for Draven. There's tons of stuff that could come in, and yeah, the fight or flight here I think is really smart to allow your Forerunner to establish. Otherwise, you're ending up likely not getting onto the obelisk this turn. You don't want to make it any easier for Ezreal to win the game next turn than you have to.
Mm. And now I think right now it's all about keeping up as much interaction as possible. We do have the 6 might Pickeroo coming up, and that does threaten a double conquer if he's allowed to do what he wants to do. So I think we need our rebukes, we need our fight or flights, anything just to stop this guy from advancing into us.
Last Rites is not either of those things, but it will allow some of the units to come out of the trash if we can stop Ezreal from scoring on this turn. The game is probably over in our favor. I think the longer this game goes at this point, the better it looks for the Draven player. So the focus here has to be on denying the win this turn, so that you can just continue building, continue establishing, and make this game look harder and harder for Jay to win.
Yeah, well,
I feel like
this is something that's been really surprising me too, though, is that even with the lagging behind, is at least what it feels like with Ezreal, is that we're still at a 6-4 deficit. Now, of course, yes, you're exactly right on how difficult this board state is going to be to deal with. But I'm still impressed that the Ezreal was able to even get to 6 points and be still 2 points ahead from Nat 14.
I feel like with a better start, maybe you could be taking the win right now as the Ezreal player, but I feel like the one thing this deck does best is inevitable late game. It does really good at late game. With these having our recycles, our Vi's, I think this game, if it goes on long enough, it's just in the Draven's hand. Not much decks can just beat the repeated assaults from Rasas, from the battering rams once they got our Vi's up, and I don't think the Ezreal might have it. Now here, it's all about it's all about getting this win right now. If we do have another singularity with a Stupefy, this does give us the win, but that has to be a very specific hand.
Yeah, if you Stupefy Singularity, you can clear the right side of the board, get rid of the hidden card, and then you can start walking in and trouncing with the Draven all tapped out. But that is so specific, and since you've already played a Stupefy and a Singularity, the odds that you've already found the second of both of those cards is pretty low.
So again, this is going to be a tough situation to try to deal with. Even if you do take out the Forerunner on top of that, I mean, you're going to be hoping that Ezreal has the rebuke here to at least push back the Forerunner and then potentially try to just build up a battlefield to hopefully hold for a turn. That might be the only way that Jay might be able to take this, but even then, this is a difficult situation on trying to figure out what to do here. Now, it's nice to be able to see that a pit crew is going to maybe be able to take down this Forerunner, but we'll see what else is able to be done after this.
But that fight or flight does not have to be used defensively. If it goes to our next turn, we can just fight or flight a unit back and attack with it. And that does, I mean, that's 7 might on that battering ram, which is more than our pick group. So going for the hold might be a bit tough.
Yeah, it's definitely a really tough spot to navigate here. If you have Rebuke plus a Fight or Flight or any other push spell, you can also clear out the right side hidden card without having to deal with it. But if you don't have a way to clear out that right side battlefield, it should be almost impossible to conquer over both of these fields in one turn.
Gosh, and so I can only imagine all the different lines that Jay's trying to think through, trying to find some kind of answer. Because this is, yeah, exactly, a difficult situation. And even with 4 cards in hand, you want to be certain that you're at least doing the most optimal play here to be able to stand against what is to come, even if you are able to get a battlefield. Feels like playing that scrap heap might be that step in the wrong direction. If you're playing that, it feels a bit more like a desperation draw here. But again, if he's maybe able to top deck that answer, then it is something worth pursuing here. But we'll see. It all comes down to this.
Oh, the pass feels like a game over here. As you let the Draven go to 6 and rebuild everything even stronger, I don't think it gets any better for you next turn than it looked that turn. And now, of course, if you didn't have any lines that push over the top, you obviously don't just push in and die because it's the best chance you're going to get. You do have to wait and hope that the 3 cards from the Draven are just really, really bad. But it feels to an observer like this game, the moment that turn gets passed over, that this game is probably on ice.
And I do agree with you. And we also do have, I think, the Last Rites proc. I'm not sure if you have another unit in Grave, maybe a Rasa just to summon with it.
Ooh, or even Ezreal could be a step in the right direction there. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to be played. And that could be something to just get the moves going, to build up a big battlefield here and make it near impossible for Ezreal to do anything.
And
yeah, we get the discard to draw. Yeah, get rid of the Bushwhack and maybe find something a little bit more useful this turn.
And now we're on the back foot. And also, very importantly, we don't have, assuming that we don't have more gears in hand, so fighter flights on our pick crews, we don't have a way of readying them again. Assuming maybe we kept some in hand, but that's the scrap heap and seal gone.
Yeah, and this is a play I really like too, especially when you're at the end game. This is a play that I've used when I did detonate. Is I just blew up my own seal, to be able to pay 1 and get 2 cards from that. I've already used it for the turn. This is our final push. We're getting into that late game, and it's time to really make sure that we're able to capitalize on this chance that Ezreal has given us. And so, again, this is going to be huge. And then going into a called shot on top of that is just giving you so much utilization here. Another detonate coming in and another 2 cards drawn. I mean, what are we at? 6 cards drawn this turn so far?
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of the deck. I mean, it's late game, we have 12 runes, and we just have infinite amount of draws. It means we start with, what, 2 cards? 3 cards in hand? And we just have a full hand and 6 mana just to interact with.
Yeah, and this is likely going to end with 2 free battering rams coming onto the board, and then still holding up the 6 runes of interaction.
And we still have our Rosas too. We haven't even used our Rosas this matchup.
Yeah,
I think by this. Sorry.
Oh yeah, this. I mean, this. You gave Draven a turn. That's what it comes. You gave him a turn, and now you get to reap the rewards of that. It does suck for sure that you didn't necessarily have the answers needed, but now you get to see the sheer might that this deck is going to be able to dish out. And it's like, all right, good luck. Let's see what you're able to do then.
The only out is unchecked power. And that's never a good thing to say, because who really runs that? I still just don't see enough people run that card.
I mean, maybe with Baron next expansion, we see that card being run here and there.
Yeah, Baron is going to change a lot about how the game functions. I am sort of sadly awaiting my required rereading of the entire rule book when everything gets changed again.
I do agree.
And I have to prepare for Atlanta with all of these new rulings, likely that are going to affect the cards even before Unleashed comes out. And so just the idea, I'm just like mentally preparing myself to sit down and read another like 45-page rules document.
Yeah.
To make sure I'm up to date on all of the new interactions.
And then question real quick for the judge here. Does Last Rites proc before Runes channel?
So, it is in the order of A, B, C, D. So, Last Rites procs in the beginning phase, so it is before the channel. It is after your runes awaken from last turn. So after all of your runes re-ready, but before you channel your new runes. Because your hold effects will proc in the beginning phase of the turn.
Good question, though. Good question.
Yeah, excellent question.
So, and that, I mean, that's the trick of it with Last Rites. It's like if you're able to hold, it's like, all right, let me play out anything that I want at this point because all my runes are at the ready and I'm able to utilize that. And it's like, cool, if I want to get a Forerunner back out from the grave after it had just been killed on the past turn, cool, let's do it. And I mean, that kind of stuff is why Last Rites is such a powerful card. We've mainly only seen it utilized in like Sivir and in Miracle decks like Draven. But man, it can make an impact when it really matters.
Yeah.
And also, sorry, you got it?
No, go ahead.
Also, I want to say the equip cost for Last Rites being a very integral part of its if it's seeing play in this deck. Being able to put 2 exact cards of our choosing, detonate a scrap heap on the bottom of our deck, knowing that we will see the bottom of our deck again, is very strong in this matchup.
Yeah, and the other thing is we're seeing this deck run both Last Rites and Vi, just giving us all the opportunities to put things back in the deck. And those are really the parts of the deck that I think really sort of underspoken for how much they add to the deck. I think people notice them and appreciate them, but I think we undervalue the fact that really what should be the case with the Miracle deck is that if you do the Miracle and your opponent answers it, you should lose. But the really unfortunate part for when you play against the Miracle deck is that they play the Miracle, you beat the Miracle, they do have the chance to then play the Miracle a second time. And that is where it can really start to feel unfair, is that you've beaten the Rosses, you've beaten the Battering Rams, and then all of a sudden your opponent replays all of them off the deck, off the reshuffling of the deck from Vi, and you're like, well, I already did this.
Well, I mean, it's not even just once. He do it every single turn, too.
Yeah.
After that point.
Well, and especially because, you know, they had that free guide that came out on Metafy. So you're able to just watch the video and they will teach you everything that you need to know, what to sub out and matchups, everything like that. And they gave it out for free in this case just because they're like, well, odds are this deck isn't going to be alive for long. But the combo pieces here is just absolutely insane. Now, of course, here's a big turn coming in. We're going to be seeing a smoke screen coming in to be able to add -4 to the Rasa. That's still going to be a combat 1. And now it's like, well, we might only have 1 unit left to be able to try to take over this battlefield. I don't know what Jay can potentially do now that he's tapped out.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to get the pit crew over to the other side, conquer, and then somehow miraculously manage to hold through everything the Draven tries to do. But what I'm looking at right now is 2 ready runes. And when I see 2 ready runes, that is screaming rebuke.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think...
And there
it is. And this deck does
Some
run
call me
one
a
of
wizard.
Rebuke. It does run only 1 copy of Rebuke, but that's more than enough.
Well, and also...
Do we have a steal?
With it being like the second or third game, you do normally try to put in, depending on the matchups, a second or third rebuke sometimes. And so you might be seeing it a little bit more, especially since Fizz isn't necessarily being ran in Detonate Draven. And so I know for me, myself, when I'm playing Detonate Draven, that I do side in, usually in this matchup, a second or third. But it looks like that is going to be it,
That's
as
game.
J-Bomb is leaving the building, and the winner is going to be Detonate Draven.
I mean, yeah, that deck just has the late game. If you just can't get that early win, I mean, it's just an instant loss, sadly.
Yep. Exactly. So we'll take a look at the leaderboard so far. Let's see what is there currently. Looks like we are just waiting on J-Bomb and Nat, so we'll be getting into round 3, hopefully within the next couple of minutes, and we'll see what is able to be done. But so far, what have you guys thought about the matchups?
I only watched the one, but I'm a Garen enjoyer. I've ran it at locals. I love the deck so much, and I'm always glad to see it doing well.
I did miss the end of that Garen game. I'm assuming they did win that game.
2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. Also, I did do the math. If anyone's was curious about that one big turn, so it was. Hear me out. It was 45 might. So yeah, it was 45 might on the last push, and if he decided to go for a hold, it would have been 64 might on the war camp. So just insane numbers being put up by Garen out of all people.
Gosh, yeah. Well, and you know, that's the thing too. It's like you go against a Garen really, and then all of a sudden you're like woken up and just like, oh, by the way, here's a surprising deck that you're not necessarily prepared for, and sometimes that can be the advantage that you need to be able to get things moving. And so again, really great job from the Garen deck to get things just going wide and then getting the answers going. And so here we go, though. We are going to be going into round number 3. There's going to be one more after this. We've had some really exciting gameplay so far, and we'll see what is able to be brought here in round number 3.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I always judge my success at building a silly deck, as this is sort of my game plan. The success for me is, does my opponent have to read my cards during the game? That's always when I sit down at my locals with my new freshly minted silly deck. If my opponent at some point during the game doesn't reach across the table and ask what the heck this card does, I feel like I haven't used enough off-meta cards for my silly deck. It's not silly enough.
I 100% agree with that. I also consider myself an off-meta enjoyer of sorts. One of the things I've recently been trying to cook up is a Lee Sin Dazzling Aurora list that makes use of needlessly large Yordle.
Oh. There's some cooking. I'm pretty sure there's people who
However,
don't even know what that card is.
Needlessly Large Yordle is a 10 cost 3 power unit that has 5 might, has shield 5. Now, I'm also making use of Spellsonger on an orange Lee Sin to buff a unit and then give a unit +5.
Here's a deck you don't see often. Rumble versus Kai'Sa. The battle of the red and blues right now.
I did see this matchup last Friday, and I've got to say, it is a tough one for the Rumble. I have not seen a matchup that looks so one-sided as deck that really wants to play combats against deck that just murders all your units and never plays combats.
I mean, to be fair, with this deck, this is probably one of the only opportunities where the Forerunner could just do its best right here. Forerunner being such a hard card for these Kai'Sa decks to even beat, having to waste not 1 but 2 removal spells, maybe even more, if you have the blue Rumble out. So it'd be interesting to see how this works. But you are right. Aside from the maybe like Forerunner, this deck just kind of dies to Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it is a deck that dies to removal, unfortunately.
Speaking of removal.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, at least with attacking in, now that the Blood Rush is able to come in, it can mitigate that kind of stuff. So you at least get the Assault to add a little bit more. But even still, that's going to be 3 damage. But it looks like this Rumble might survive.
Yeah, Rumble's going to make it through. And the card that really wipes this matchup most of the time is Singularity, because Rumble plays a lot of mechs that sit right under 6 might.
Yep.
And
there's 2 mechs that sit right under 6 might.
Yeah, also, you're screaming, please Singularity my board right now. I'm tapped out. Please hit me with a Singularity.
And also, it's not only Singularity, but we're inside that Void Gate. So Falling Star doing 4 damage.
Yeah.
To both.
That hurts. And so, but it looks like that, luckily your mechs do have +1 because of the scrapper, but now you're going to have to utilize the piercing light to really finish things off. Now, again, that is going to be a lot of runes sacrificed power-wise on the side of Kai'Sa, but still, you have taken out a big threat here, and will win now. Will be able to conquer and draw a card.
Yeah. Really, really strong, easy matchup, I think. Is the nice thing about the Rumble units as well is that they all sit at might totals that tell you exactly which removal spell you should be using on them. It really feels like this matchup kind of plays itself for Kai'Sa.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is your hope is to find the Forerunners. And you almost have to prioritize that. If you have that in your starting hand, you do not discard that, because that can be the very thing. Because otherwise, the only way to really get rid of it is going to be Singularity into a Falling Star. And if you're doing that as a Kai'Sa player, it feels so bad.
And as a Rumble player, we do have some outs. Maybe this was a bit of an overextension from him. Maybe just thinking, okay, he might not have it or might need to waste a lot more resources. But we do have, I'm not sure if it's run on the deck. Maybe if you know more about Rumble, the mech that does give deflecting, I think ganking to all mechs.
Yeah, you do run the breakneck mech. The issue that I've seen most Rumbles players run 1 or 2 of it. The issue that you often run into is that by the time the breakneck mech can come out, all of the other mechs are dead.
Speaking of mechs, they're dead.
Yeah, and this is the problem, is we could play a breakneck mech next turn, but who is it giving deflect and ganking to? Not a lot.
And now Kai'Sa using her own Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, that's the unfair part, is even if you get your most broken card out, Kai'Sa could just play it herself.
I feel like we are at 6 points, but
That
I
is
think
true.
we're already out of gas. That's the
3
Rumble
cards
deck.
left. We've got to have enough to end the game on the next turn, or it never gets better. It would be, though, a good job of this player to stick it to me here if they just won the game after all of the making fun of I've done of the Kai'Sa Rumble matchup. Zero drive is an option. I love it.
Now we know it's a silly deck. I do not know what this. I forget what this card does.
This is immediately my favorite deck we're going to see tonight, because I have been trying to run Zero Drive. It is on my list of silly decks to try to make work, and I just cannot find any viable use for this card.
So one thing that I attempted for Zero Drive was a Renata Death Knell deck with Zero Drive. It works somewhat.
That progress today. That's probably spells the end right there. That's the amount of value it gets. Oh, sorry, Renata Zero Drive. How is that?
No, I see the vision with the Death Knells, definitely.
So you equip Zero Drive onto whatever Death Knell unit you're trying to kill. Then because the Death Knells will all proc in a line.
Hold on.
Oh wait
a minute.
Wait.
Hold up.
Rumble might just win this. It's 9 might. I mean, what do we have for 2?
And the best thing you're getting out of Zero Drive here is that you giving you the massive value you dream of on the card.
Even if
you could still just kill the Zero Drive to just resummon the Watcher next turn.
That's game. Oh, never mind. Hold on.
Oh, it's not quite game.
Oh, hold on.
Number 3.
Danger zone. Repeated.
Nice.
I think Kai'Sa just not respecting the Rumble play here. Spending too much runes, and we have Super Fight to save the game. Okay. Oh, we almost just saw Rumble just run away. We were 1 card off, and I feel like this might be it. That might be the last piece of gas that we have.
We do still have the Zero Drive to summon Watcher if they do kill it, and Watcher can be accelerated out of that.
Right.
So
I mean, if it might be cinema, but we might get if it's a Watcher off the top deck and we just double Watcher on his turn.
that would be the top deck of the century.
But still, it looks like that will win is even just, it seems like he's trying to debate the best course of action here. Now, of course, we still also have the potential for a time warp here. Looks like that is going to be exactly what's coming out here. So another turn is going to be bought trying to find these answers here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy to me to look at a Kai'Sa with 7 cards in hand and think that you don't have the answer.
I mean, maybe
To
just
an
trying to get
All-Might.
points. I mean,
Yeah, this-
I don't. I mean, it's 9 might on the Void Gate too, so that's what,
There's
2?
also the trying to get runes.
Oh, we could just time warp again.
Wait, we're going for the win right here and right now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be quite enough unless we have a 3rd time warp, which isn't
Oh yeah, it's third time.
Isn't possible.
quite there.
But yes, it is. Yes, it is possible.
Well, it's possible. I don't know if we run 3 time warps in the deck.
Oh, hold on.
Oh my
Hold up.
gosh.
Oh, it's
No, it's
Watcher.
a Watcher.
Okay, bro. I saw.
Same.
I definitely thought he had it right there.
I mean, to be fair, we are saying
He goes up to 7, and as I'm not sure if Rumble has a way of accelerating a single unit from 2 cards in hand.
Well, he can accelerate the Watcher out of the trash with 0 drive or out of the banish zone.
And then, if he's got a Kai'Sa that he can bring in accelerated at the same time.
But it all
'Cause-
comes down to this. I mean, we have 2 gears or 2 runes still at the ready for will win. So we'll see.
All right.
Loading
Does-
battlefield.
I mean, it's all down to this one Watcher. Do we have it? Let's see this top deck.
Oh, 0 drive. If 0 drive wins him the game, I might poach his deck list and immediately
Hold
bring
on.
it to a local. Because that is
What did you do?
definitely falls into the realm
Alright.
of cards that my opponent will not know what I'm playing.
0
It is
drive,
0
summon a
into the
Watcher.
Watcher accelerated.
Right, that's enough to take the right. I mean, he has 2. Kai'Sa has 2 batter up, but I feel like at this point we're just trying to win the game at any means possible.
So he trades out here.
Oh,
Oh, the stupefy.
It is just a full trade.
oh
Unless
there's
we've got
a
another
tap.
Blood Rush.
Hold on to tap, blood rush, cleave, anything.
A stupefy of his own.
It's stupefy our own. Okay.
Okay, we could draw another card.
Card draw.
And we're drawing a card from the Conquer here. That's 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Just finding any accelerate unit in this deck.
A falling star.
Falling Star.
Holy Star. Okay, we still
He
haven't
didn't
drawn
draw his
from,
cards.
from Conquer.
Yeah, he didn't draw his card.
He
Is he
didn't
not?
draw the 2 cards.
That might
He
be
drew
a
one, I
mistake.
think.
He drew 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just not enough.
shy.
Try.
And there's the own yeah, there's our own Watcher. And then no way he has the 3rd. Falling Star, he would just end the game as is.
Yeah. The game is probably over as is, yeah, and that's gonna be it.
That's good. I
A
mean,
great,
well,
great attempt.
great attempt, but I mean, he had both Rumble units, both champ units, just destroyed from that Falling Star earlier in the game, and somehow it's still mounting up a good defense. At points we thought he had the win there.
Yeah. Well, and really almost
Like
did
he
it.
would have it.
That was such a good comeback, and that's something that we don't necessarily see a whole lot with 0 drive. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait, maybe this card might be a little bit slept on here. There was a lot of utility that Rumble just got out of that.
Now, I feel
Yeah,
like
it's definitely a card that is strong in concept. Like it's a good card. It's a great card for the ability to just, even if you just put it on 1 unit the whole game, but it's a really good unit. The ability to just replay it for fairly cheap on the next turn is really, really strong. The issue is it just does not have a home right now. All of the decks that run in blue have better things to do than establish a 0 drive. Things that go faster and work a little bit more towards the victory immediately.
and also 0 drive, like not readying the units. If you don't have an accelerate option, it just kind of is maybe too slow. Oh, this is for me forgetting to do our obelisk procs here.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
Turn 1 Rumble, okay.
that's nice of his opponent to allow this to go.
Yeah.
If this was a skirmish, I'd say no.
Yes, but it's not a skirmish. It is a more relaxed setting.
Right.
But
Is that
Falling Star?
our own Falling Star?
Yeah, the
Rumble
tough part.
has had enough.
Yeah, the tough part with this Rumble Kaisa matchup is that you can Falling Star back and forth to kill both chosen champions, but hers is cheaper than yours.
Stupefy, just to draw. Maybe our hand is not up to par. Oh, maybe we're going for the ready another mech. Maybe we're trying to dig for that.
Forecaster.
Yeah, Vision.
Vision is a very slept, like, it's a bit underutilized as a keyword so far.
We are seeing it be updated, I think. Going to predict next.
Predict is for spells, so it's going to be vision on units and predict on spells, is what I can tell.
Yeah, that probably is the case.
But still, the Rumble has had a good start to the game. Now, the Forerunner might be a little bit difficult to deal with, but the Hextech Ray is going to be so devastating against this Rumble deck. But still, now we see our own Forerunner coming in.
There it is.
We're going to be able to
That
back
yes.
out the Rumble, and we'll see now what is able to be done here. But this could be very difficult for Kaisa to deal with.
Yeah, the issue that you run into is you're still, even though it spawns 2 mechs, you're still screaming for a singularity when you have the Rumble and the Forerunner on the board. It's just so much value that you're giving to Kaisa for the singularity.
And to be fair, we are at least we're ahead in points. We go up to 3, and if we can. I think our deck has a lot easier like a way of just killing that Forerunner, while Kaisa kind of struggles.
I'll have to see what we have available for getting rid of the Forerunner. Because we could theoretically beat over it with our very strong mechs if we could get them on the board.
Yeah, I think maybe Blue Rumble right here would be just pivotal. Getting those mechs to 4/4. 4 also being a very tough number for Kaisa to beat, with Falling Star only being 3. Hey, Danger Zone.
Okay,
Until it too.
interesting.
Going for
just
the
gonna-
little.
Go for the trade.
Now we do lose out on this next turn on the crackback. So let's see how he. Oh, Zero Drive again! There it is.
There it is. Unfortunately, the tokens, can they be banished?
No, tokens cannot be banished and replayed. So the Zero Drive isn't going to be able to do anything for the mech because tokens cannot leave the board to a non-public,
Extra.
or it's still a public zone, but they cannot leave the zone, the board, and so the Zero Drive cannot see them in the banished zone to pull back out because they're not there.
Ooh, and another devastating Falling Star there.
Yeah, and I feel like now Danger Zone does kind of get us out, at least for the mech, but we're losing it next turn, so I'm not sure how important this is.
And then they just trade out the draw card.
Oh, forgetting about Shield there, so good for his opponent to let him have the replay.
Yeah, but this is a very dangerous situation for Rumble right now. Both battlefields are being held. Yes, you are at 7 runes, but with only 2 cards in hand and no units on board, it's going to be very tough for Cake to come back from this.
I mean, that's the strength of that progress status. Look at the amount of value he has. He's up 6 cards to 1, and we only have a bubble bot.
Yeah, the nice thing with the bubble bot is you can put the Zero Drive on the bubble bot and allow yourself to ready another mech later in the game. We're going to choose to put it on the Gem Jammer so we can push it over top of the mech instead, deciding not to give the Kaisa the draw.
And maybe just anticipating a Hextech Ray from his opponent, but only up to 4. Kaisa with all the answers, with again just another singularity, another Falling Star Stupefy, just kind of ends the game on the spot.
Oh my gosh, but there we go with a
And there's
1,000
the
Tail Watcher
Watcher.
and a Piercing
Watcher
Light.
Piercing Light. Oh,
Prison Light. And that just might spell doom.
yeah. I mean, we can get a Gem Jammer out of the Banish Zone next turn, but that's suboptimal, to say the least.
That's the hard
And
part.
this is the part of why Zero Drive is not seeing a lot of play, despite the value that it can generate. Is that there are some times where you play this card and you just never get the right targets with it.
Well, and even if you
There's
do happen to
hard
get
path.
the right targets, you're still going to have a lot of gear destruction because, you know, specifically with Zero Drive, it says, you know, banish this, play all units that were banished with this ignoring their cost. Does that necessarily mean that if you have 2 of the Zero Drive, then all your cards banished can still be played even if the OG one got destroyed, or?
Yes.
No, I think
Yeah,
it's
I'd have
the
to
way
check
remembers.
to be clear.
I've the way
Again,
I
another
think the
card I
ruling
haven't
works.
studied super closely on the specific rulings.
So the wording of Zero Drive, it says play all units banished with this. So when it says with this, I think it talks about the Zero Drive itself. So
Yeah.
only the banished units from the Zero Drive, the copy of the unique one, will only be summoned. So if you do remove it with
Yeah.
like an action or something with it, then
So-
it does go away.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just like anything else. When it leaves the board, it forgets. It forgets what happened, and what it did. And so yeah, this specifically means this 1-0 drive.
Yep, so it looks like that's going to be the match. Just a good shutdown there from Kai'Sa into Rumble. Probably one of the hardest matchups of this, you know, deck in this case. And so kind of sad to see, but, you know, that's the matchups.
Yeah. In
That's the
my
match.
opinion, it might even be one of the worst matchups of the set. Is like I don't know if I've seen any other matchup that feels as unplayable beginning to end, where you can get everything going right for your deck and still just lose because Kai'Sa always has say over who wins the game.
Speaking of games, what is happening in this one? We have 9 cards in the Aurelia's hand.
This is a Stellacorn that is moved.
This is the Stellacorn running rampant.
Well, and weird part is, though, we don't have any of the... I mean, we have a fighter flight, but that's really the only movement that we necessarily have here.
Well, all of those spells are essentially a move for Stellacorn if you decide to re-ready it.
That's true.
And we do have Dreaming Tree and the Ganking Boots, so we can do it.
Gosh.
Just 11 cards at hand, just infinite amount of answers from the Aurelia next turn. I think
Yeah.
she just kind of wins the game with it.
There are a few decks this set that make me wonder if Riftbound should have had a hand size limit.
Yeah, and there's a couple of good arguments as to why you would want to do that, but now it's like, well, Eagle definitely just has the answers here. There's no doubt about it. With all the cards in hand, if you don't... I mean, we have seen one situation last week where they had 8 cards in hand, and it was like all units and gear and no spells. But in this case, that is such a rare circumstance that, I mean, come on, you got this win.
I mean, as the guy that was playing against that exact situation, hey, maybe it happens again. You never know.
And so an Eagle Eye is definitely one that has been very, very good in this series here. He's been able to get a lot of top finishes. He's up there on the leaderboard. He's already secured his qualification for the top 16 final tournament. So very well done here and very well-versed player. And looks like he is ready to go into this Rek'Sai, which can be a very difficult matchup here for Aurelia as a whole.
I think maybe we're just trying to trade off our Herdig here so we can get the boots equipped onto Aurelia. Oh no, just straight up ride the winding. That should be game.
That'll
after
be
us.
plenty.
Yeah, that's definitely game. That's 5.
No, you still need
11.
one more, but that'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is.
And so with that, that's definitely going to be a GG there, being able to get the game. Now, we don't know, of course, if we're in Game 2, Game 3, what game we're in right now. But we'll see what ends up happening.
I'm not sure about how you guys seen this matchup happen in your locals, but I know from... I'm not an Aurelia player myself, but there's a bunch of Aurelias in my local scene. And just repeated complaints about this Rek'Sai matchup, seeing it as heavily favored in her favor.
Oh, absolutely. I was a big Rek'Sai player early on in the set. It was the first deck that I built just because I wanted to play cards from the top of my deck, because who doesn't? Um,
Seeing the decks are
and
fun.
yeah, the original. So this Rek'Sai deck is a little bit different. Seems to be the sort of yellow Miracle Rek'Sai that came out of Vegas. The top Rek'Sai deck at Vegas that was running this. This deck might be a little bit worse because it has a little bit less removal. But the typical Rek'Sai deck that plays a lot of 2-drops and a ton of removal to pull off the top of the deck, it's just so reliable that you can find Cole the Weak. In this deck, you're gonna find Cole the Weak at some point in this game, and oftentimes when I was playing the deck, I could pretty reliably make sure I'd play double or triple Cole the Weak by the end of the game, and that's too many. That's too many for Aurelia to deal with.
Yeah, and that was the hard part. I went to my locals yesterday playing Aurelia, and round 1 was going into a Rek'Sai, and it was so difficult, especially because they would sabotage my Guardian Angel into Call of the Week, and they just had so many answers. Even if I had the not-so-fasts, I never saw my Defies to be able to help mitigate the damages there, but it is a very good matchup. So to see Eagle Eye be able to maneuver, and I gotta say, Stellacorn was probably the miracle draw there to be able to keep Aurelia in the game. Rek'Sai just unfortunately wasn't able to get that. So we don't know if we're in game 2 or game 3, but still there is a lot of game left to be had here, and I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tougher for this version of Rek'Sai, the mono yellow sort of miracle-ish list. It's a little bit tougher because you don't have all the other removal suites. What's really nice about the standard Rek'Sai list, with the red, with the falling stars and the piercing lights, is that the Stellacorns are just never an issue. Is they're so targetable by all of your other spells that you can save your Cold Weeks for Aurelia. And it's an issue that you run into with this list is when your removal gets reduced down to pretty much just Call the Weak. It is actually a little bit easier for Aurelia to get around because a GA and a couple of units over the course of the game is actually too much to Call the Weak away.
Yeah, and so I'm still going to be curious to see because, I mean, especially the nice part about Aurelia, or going against an Aurelia, is that a lot of times you are given the opportunity to try to get your board set up more. You're usually going to be playing like a Guardian Angel out first, then you might go into a some type of building up your board a little bit more with gear, and then finally playing out Aurelia. And so we'll see how this ends up going, but even as of right now, Forgetful Crab going to be going up to 2, potentially 3 points by the time that Eagle is going to be able to start getting on the board.
Yeah, Aurelia, a deck that sort of by necessity plays from behind most of the time. Not going to see the GA go on in the Stellacorn, holding up a rune for Defy, which can be very helpful, but does leave the Stellacorn just a little bit vulnerable to Call the Weak if we do not have that Defy.
But also, I think as the Aurelia player, if he uses the Call the Weak on our Herder, there is just one less removal to be used on our Aurelia.
Yeah, the idea that I always played this matchup around is that I would rather the player than get to play with the Stellacorn. And the reason is if you force them to play out the Aurelia, they're gonna run out of cards. If they're forced to use all of their cards to keep re-readying Aurelia turn after turn to get the points, then they're gonna run out of cards by the time the end of the game comes. Where if you allow them to play on the Stellacorn while holding your removal for Aurelia, they're gonna end up where we saw them last game with 11 cards in hand, all the answers available when the Aurelia does finally hit the board.
There's a Hidden Blade. I mean, going in next turn, if he doesn't have that Defy, which he might not have because he didn't use it last turn.
Yeah, Hidden Blade, of course, though, is not so fastable, which makes it a little bit weaker than Call the Weak. But it's a tough decision here because you're already down 4-1, so you want to play Aurelia for sure. But with only 2 runes available, you may be a little bit more hesitant to start popping off with Aurelia yet. Until next turn.
But it looks like he
I mean,
is going to be committing here. And, I mean, at the same time, too, if you do happen to try to... Oh, looks like not going to be moving into the challenge. So that might be a good clue that you don't have, like, a not-so-fast or a Defy in this case. But looks like we are going to actually be charming over instead. So a great answer there. Now, of course, you can still react and kill your own unit. But even still, that is a step in the right direction to really set back this Rek'Sai.
Yeah. The only worry that I have here when I play this is if I don't have the Defy still and Call of the Week comes out to start the next turn, I lose my GA for free. And that can be a little bit tough.
To be fair, we still need to, like, I mean, look at the board. Say nothing's on Rek'Sai's side. We're only up by 2 points. I mean, if we do get Call of the Week, I mean, he's only summoning another 2-drop, and that's not something you're too worried about.
Let's see what the crab has.
Well, and the hardest part, though, is that Rek'Sai is at a low rune count. Yes, it's nice that you do have the 2 seals in this case, but Rek'Sai needs to not only get units out, but then also be able to start to build a bit more of the board state. And, I mean, with so few runes and so much power that Order has in general, you're going to be struggling here.
Yeah, it might take a turn here to just relax and rebuild. It looks like that's what it's going to be, is just let's play a few units, set ourselves up to next turn, move in with 7 runes, get a Conquer off on whatever side of the board Aurelia is not on, and then look to really go to town once we're pulling cards out of our deck again.
And also, I mean, even if we wanted to, we can't even safely set up our yellow Rek'Sai here due to the charm being ready from Eagle Eye's side.
Yeah.
So having to set up these smaller minions that can't really threat it out.
Yeah, that is the other part of the Aurelia matchup that is good for Rek'Sai, is Aurelia pretty much is only ever going to sit on one side of the board, which does allow you to pretty consistently get your legend ability off without having to commit resources to the combat beforehand.
And now here's going to be the difficult part, is how much does Aurelia choose to commit here? I mean, yes, the Rek'Sai is going to now be going up to 7 runes at this point. Looks like Aurelia will be going for both of these. Might be able to even draw a couple of cards in the process, especially with the Sunken Temple now potentially being able to be utilized. But even still, you might be able to set up some hidden cards. You might be able to also get out like a Zhonya's Hourglass, which could be a step in the right direction too. But Rek'Sai can now start going off because more often than not, Aurelia always leaves a battlefield open.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what he's able to pull off the top of the deck. With the amount of cards we've drawn, Call of the Week becomes a little bit more avoidable. You also have a couple of different anti-kill replacement effects, so Call of the Week is not really that terrifying anymore, which is starting to limit the good that we're going to be able to get out of the cards off the top of the deck. The other issue we might run into here is stacking a battlefield is significantly less valuable when Aurelia is sitting on a Guardian Angel, because she can just move in, kill half of your stuff, re-ready herself, and then kill all the rest of your stuff.
Oh, and there's a Hidden Blade. I mean, no matter what, you don't feel happy playing that against the Aurelia here, because either it's Fight or Flight and we dodge it, or it's another Zhonya's and we still draw 2.
Yeah, the idea here is if you can push her off the board, you can go get your 6 point. And you're hoping that just next turn you get to Hidden Blade again and push her back and then get your 8th point without ever really actually having to fight.
I mean, that is the dream, but I mean, surely there's some Defies not so fast in that. Assuming maybe 9 card turn, 8 card turn next turn.
Yeah, well, and that's what we saw in round 1 too, and with the same Rek'Sai player, is that he was blowing stuff up with the Hidden Blade and giving the Ornn competitor card after card after card. And then right after that, it was like, all right, cool, you gave me everything I need. Now it's time to stomp you. And so, again, that might be the case. You don't want to give Aurelia more cards than she's able to handle because she'll have all the answers.
Yeah, it's also a little unfortunate. We end up using that Hidden Blade, which means that the only buffed unit we get out of our Rally the Troops is this one Poro. So we essentially paid 2 energy to draw 1 and gain 1 might, and it's not necessarily the most optimal use of that card.
And so right there, Eagle-Eyed now being able to move into the arena's greatest, getting the conquer there. We're seeing 3 as the ganking is now going to start to be an issue here. And being able to take both battlefields incredibly efficiently. Now this is going to be a big turn because Rek'Sai is going to need to be able to answer this in some way. Otherwise, Eagle-Eye has the match.
That ganking move does just make it so he doesn't have to spend as many resources just to move the Aurelia around, and we just threatening game. We have to have 2 Call the Weeks maybe, but even then we get rid of 2 units here because I think we already used 2 of our 3 Hidden Blades. So
yeah, we just need something to manage to get through any counter spells that Aurelia has. If we can push her back to base, we don't have to worry about it anymore. We can just win the game on our own.
do we have Ride the Wind from Aurelia here? No. Okay. We have 2 more cards. That's 6 cards in total. There's our
It's
first
another
Hidden Blade.
But that is going to be, again, on the deflect here. Now, of course, that's easily going to be played with the 2 seals. But with 3 runes up and 7 cards in hand, how do you not have it? Let's see. And it looks like 2's going to be tapped in easily and not so fast. So maybe a little bit of a setback, but there's still 1 card left. And
Yeah.
that's the scary part because sometimes it might be difficult to choose between like a Defy and a not so fast here.
Vengeance?
And
Call the Week,
there's
okay.
Call the Week. I mean, and that's it. That's just the game right there. Being able to push that thing back, getting our last point, not having our Defy for this.
Yep, and it looks like he is checking just in case. Like,
Checking.
how far is my Defy from here? Because I have all the
and
cards
it's-
in hand.
And it's pretty far down, sadly.
Yeah.
And
Looks
so-
like we've got another game.
Wow, so it looks like game 1 just took a long time to get done. Let me check on how much time we actually still have for the round. Yeah, it looks like we still have till 15 after the hour, so we do have a good amount of time still.
30 minutes. I think these players are playing at the right pace just to get this thing over with.
Yeah.
And, but I feel like that battlefield choice by the Rek'Sai was such a huge boon for her. That extra
Yeah.
1 point just kind of pushes that race to 6 to 8 just much faster.
Yeah. And for anybody who's interested in playing Aurelia but not playing Aurelia, there's a green Lee Sin as your other option.
Now
I-
you're speaking language.
That is my silly deck of the week that I will probably bring to my locals this weekend is 39 spells Lee Sin.
Whoa.
Oh, wait.
That's different from mine.
It's green Lee Sin and a absolute shitload of buffs and ready cards. And it plays like Aurelia if you are too poor to buy Aurelia and want your opponents to look at you like you're insane for doing this.
Oh, that's amazing. Message me what locals you're going to. I'll join you on that.
I'll send you the deck list if you want. I'm happy to walk through this deck with anybody of
Do
how
so,
this is
do so.
doing.
If you could send me that list as well, I've got
if
a green Lee Sin list
I'll
that
send it to Silent, and if we have a little, I'm happy to walk through
Yeah,
this.
that's awesome. But no, that'll be a lot of fun. Is it a skirmish or just a Nexus night?
Oh, I would never bring this to a skirmish. It would be
Okay.
miserable.
All right.
I have my most successful moment with this deck was a Stand United, or whatever that spell is called, that brought the Lee
Stand
Sin
United.
up to a 40 might unit.
Oh my god! Wait,
That
how
was the
many-
biggest
how
success
many-
I've ever seen.
Wait, there's like 16, 20 buffed. Huh?
I've gotten him up to
what
like 10, 11,
I-
12 buffs before, and it could be really
How
fun
do you-
once you start.
How do
doing
you
that.
physically play that? Like, I think when I'm playing Jax and I have like 4 equipments, the card gets too clunky to play with. 11 buff counters?
Can I request a single card for your deck?
It might
Missed
already
fall.
be in there.
Oh, it is. It's in there.
Good.
The idea came from the fact that when I bought my Origins box, I opened I think 15 Mistfalls, and I was like, if I don't build a deck around this gosh darn card, I'm gonna get really upset.
So, and with all that, it looks like we are still waiting to go into a game 3 here. Looks like Forgetful Crab might be struggling a little bit on what to maybe side deck in here. So we'll see. I mean, this could be something very tough here. So yeah, Rek'Sai was able to take game number 1. Again, this can be a very favorable matchup for Rek'Sai, and we were able to see what Rek'Sai was able to do here with the Call of the Weeks and the gear destruction. And so we'll see on how this is going to be able to go in game number 3. But I mean, it's really anyone's game, it feels like sometimes.
Absolutely. Seems like a battlefield decision is taking a little bit of time here, which shouldn't be possible on game 3.
Well, I'm
No, I
wondering.
think it's
they're still
side.
side.
I think they're stuck in the side. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably it. That makes more sense.
Also, I just want to add. So, have you guys not ever brought sleeve decks to skirmishes? Because I know what I do is as soon as I have my 1 buy, the rest of the season I'm just throwing out sleeve decks into these skirmishes and seeing how well I can do with them.
Yeah, and
So
I gotta say also, it's interesting that we're gonna be in game 3 and taking a look at Obelisk, because I know a lot of times Aurelia usually will be trying to go like game 1 with that or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. I mean, guaranteeing the turn to Aurelia is very strong, but also I'm not sure how. Yes, I'm not sure how strong that opener is against a deck like Rek'Sai, who can just go, all right, there's your Aurelia. I'm just gonna call the week as soon as it comes out, and you don't have enough runes up to defy or not so fast it. Maybe not so fast, but just defy it.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like also that Eagle Eye has come into the chat. Welcome, and Crab needed a minute to do something real quick, so we will be waiting a minute for that to be done here. So already, though, a lot revealed. We'll see what is able to be done. Now, again, like I said, Eagle Eye is up there on the leaderboard. Let's actually take a look. I have it right here. And Eagle Eye is currently in 9th place, even just with after playing 4 weeks so far, compared to people who have been playing a lot more. But he's been at the top of the leaderboard multiple times.
Yeah, good Aurelia pilots can get a lot of stuff done with that deck. It is a deck that really rewards. It's one of those. I mean, a lot of decks in Riftbound are like this. It's one of the great parts about the game. But Aurelia in particular is one of those decks that can really reward a pilot that has dedicated time to it. The more intimate the knowledge of the deck is, the better you're going to pilot it into the matchups. And when you have as much interaction and as many spells as Aurelia does in this deck, you always are the one who benefits from matchup knowledge more than your opponent, because you're the one who gets to choose which cards get used when.
Yeah, so, gosh. And well, and that's the hard part too, though, because even when I was piloting Aurelia, there was a lot of lines that I definitely had to be conscious of, but one of the biggest things too was a lot of the times if I was missing out on like the Stellacorn and it was a game that I didn't have Dreaming Tree or something like that to help mitigate the card draw, that Aurelia could start falling flat. And so it can be a very difficult deck to pilot for that reason, and something that you just have to be mindful of.
Yeah, definitely. I think having played around at locals and online a little bit, you can definitely tell playing against them the difference between somebody who's really trying out the deck for the first time and somebody who's been playing a ton of it. Love Power Nexus, especially into Aurelia.
Yeah, so this could be something to really shift the tide here. Now, again, that is going to be that if you hold here, you may pay 4 power to be able to score a point. So could be something to really take this game to Aurelia.
And I mean,
yeah,
we have our seals. We don't need that many runes as a Rek'Sai player, so we actually can be seeing multiple Power Nexus procs happen in this game just to try and get us to 6 points that much quicker.
Yeah, and at the same time, you can reasonably expect that unless it's winning her the game, Aurelia is never going to want to use this because she's too rune hungry already. She doesn't have enough runes available most of the time to be able to use this in the middle of the game. So at worst, like you have to worry about this being a game-winning battlefield for Aurelia if you give her the chance. But most of the time, this is going to be completely asymmetric power in your favor, and those are the best battlefields, are the ones that give you an advantage and your opponent nothing.
I think that's a turn one pass from our Aurelia player, not seeing our GAs, not seeing our sneakies, not even seeing our boots here. So that might just be, that's a perfect opener from the Rek'Sai player too.
Yep, I mean, right now I can hear Batsu just letting out a huge sigh and gawking at this play. That's his favorite turn one play. He's one that plays Rek'Sai a lot, so got to give him a shout out on that.
Yeah, it's just like the Hook Darius, where like your dream is to see your seal into Vanguard Captain turn one. It is just such a powerful opener to just throw 5 might on the board turn one, and especially when Aurelia hasn't played anything. This is going to accelerate the pace of the game really, really nicely in the favor of Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and one thing that I really like about this list as well is because if you do start getting out your 1 might units, well, they're going to do all the work for you. You're going to send them out to each battlefield turn after turn, and then meanwhile, you're building out your base so that when push comes to shove and it's a difficult matchup, then you can start using that to really make an impact on the game. So you got to be very careful as the Aurelia player to not allow that to happen as much as possible. And so, having something like Charm, while maybe not the best in Rek'Sai in particular, can still at least try to make that big of an impact.
Yeah.
But also, we're also in a very tough spot as the Aurelia player. We can't even develop our Aurelia because we didn't find that G8 turn one, sorry. Not having the mana up for the fire not so fast. So that means either A, we maybe play Stellacorn Herder, or just have to pass here without playing anything.
Yeah, it's clear from the hand, like the time we're taking here is that we're really concerned about what happens if we don't play a unit this turn. And so there's definitely a lot of internal debate going on about what we can do about this. And Adaptatron is going to be a pretty solid answer here.
I think much of that debate is just thinking about, hey, do I want to spend a buff spell just to kill that seal, go down 1 power, but just to stop the value from that seal going over and over again?
Yeah, and then the other question you have to ask here is, if Call of the Week comes out, do you use it to save the Adaptatron and so that you can compete on the board right away? Because I think a fear that you have to have here is that if I'm Rek'Sai, I'm 100% calling the week for my tempo. I'm pushing my recruits in, calling the week, trying to get rid of the Adaptatron so I can keep my seal, and push Aurelia really out of comfort zone to essentially say you have to accelerate Aurelia this turn or I'm threatening going up to 4.
Define the Void Rush.
Oh, that's a smart play.
That's very needed.
Mm-hmm. And now, does he have the Call of the Week in hand already, or were we just taking for it?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big deciding factor here. And this is something that I think is still a step in the right direction, because one thing that you do want to at least mitigate is the amount of card draw and explosiveness that the Rek'Sai can utilize here. Now, of course, you're still going to be able to use the Rek'Sai Legend ability to reveal the top 2 cards and potentially find something. But if you're also able to slow down the Void Rush, then that is going to be something so helpful here. And especially finding, a seal. Yeah, that's okay here, but maybe not nearly as good as what you could have found off of the Void Rush and then into the Conquer.
I do remember that seal is going to be up for destruction next turn with our Adaptatron. Maybe both, if you can have a way of ganking him over.
Yeah, definitely. I am a little concerned about not putting our units out at the battlefield here. I mean, if we had the Hidden Blade to hide, I think it would be a great time to do that. Because you can probably expect that Eagle Eyes is not necessarily going to want to get aggressive with Aurelia if you only have 1 rune in the tank to support her. But it looks like we're just going to be okay letting this Adaptatron destroy some of our seals.
mean, to be fair, you already got the value. You're going to possibly 3, maybe 4. I mean, as a Rek'Sai player, you're not too afraid because you're still putting enough pressure where you're not. Oh, there's a second destruction on that seal.
Gosh,
Yeah,
and
this-
that's a setback there too, especially because the hard part is you just sacrificed a rune to get that secondary seal. And the hard part is now it's like, well, Aurelia's in a really good spot. Can you leave up these 4 runes with 4 cards in hand and now be able to deal with the Xin Zhao or the Vanguard captain? So this is tough because it's like, well, next turn, now I can go up to 7 runes. Aurelia can start to play her game, and Rek'Sai is left with 2 cards.
Yeah, the Defy onto the Void Rush followed by the Adaptatron to kill the seals is just so much value. And it seems unfortunate here. It looks like Rek'Sai just didn't find the kill spells. Because I think in any circumstance there, you have to use the kill spells on the Adaptatron to keep your game plan on track.
And that's, to be fair, it could have been maybe a bit of an overextension from the Rek'Sai, saying putting both seals on there, inviting the opponent just to ride the wind, while you have no way protecting your seals.
And so it looks like both players are really trying to think this through. And again, something you got to be careful about is, well, now that we have our units out, we have a gear, odds are, we have a hidden card that very well might be Azonia's here just in case there's anything that might be taking it out. But it looks like that might not be in hand, and we might be relying now on the Rek'Sai to dig for an answer here.
But looking for Call of the Week, I feel like that's still a good play no matter what. Trying to get rid of that herder before it gains any sort of advantage. Not finding it, sadly.
Gosh, and seeing a Nox is hopeful now. Unfortunately, fortunately, you're still going to be able to play it out for 2. Adding that 4 might is going to be very helpful, and it looks like we might have another 2 cost coming in here as another assaulting Poro, or let's see, daring Poro. That's what it's called. Will be coming in, and that can also make a pretty big impact, but all it takes is 1 Aurelia signature spell, even a discipline for that matter, and the tide can shift so incredibly fast.
Yeah. Daring Poro, a card that is about to get a lot more viable next set. Everybody get excited for the Ivern.
Oh yeah, Ivern. Yeah, you can think about that.
Yeah. I swear it was less than, a week ago that I was telling Silent about my dream of a Poro deck.
Yep, we were talking
anyway,
about
yeah, this is a really tough spot for Rek'Sai. The difficulty here is if you double conquer, you're extending a lot of units forward that probably won't make it to next turn, especially because you still couldn't find a kill spell to get rid of the Stellacorn Herder, and the Stellacorn Herder is going to just refill Aurelia's hand, and you're going to be in a huge resource disadvantage as this game continues to go.
Also, yeah, I think that was probably the right decision there. Is saying, okay, I'll give you the extra point, let you go up to 4, but I have my own turn to buff up my Adaptatron and get that clean kill instead of just fighter flying it back.
Yeah.
But also, forgetful, just putting it all on the line. If that was Azonia's right there, that would have been absolutely horrific for his game plan.
Yeah, so a big risk and reward, but almost feels like you're being forced into that position. So now Stellacorn is going to get you potentially a lot of card draw, especially now that the Unguard's going to be coming in. The Conquer will be good. Now, with the choosing, you can even recycle 1 with the Aurelia, and then after the Conquer, pay 1 to ready it back up. So there is a good chance that you might be able to get some solid movement here, giving Stellacorn a lot of card draw, and then also maybe even being able to take down both battlefields here.
Getting your Stellacorn, getting another draw here.
Yeah. This is sort of the interesting part about Aurelia, is Aurelia likes to play with as many cards in hand as you can have while being somewhere in the middle with your runes, somewhere between 5 and 8 runes still available. And so at this point, if you're sitting on 6 runes, 2 cards, it's a good time to start giving your runes for cards. And if you're sitting on 11 cards, no runes, then you want to be giving some of your cards for runes. It's just trying to find a nice middle ground with both of these resources so that you have enough cards and enough runes to do all the things you want to do.
Yeah, but this is going to be a big turn for Rek'Sai, and the big thing that it's going to need here is what can I find off the top of my deck? If you're not able to find some good answers here, I think Aurelia is just going to continue to punish here and just run away with this game.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot because with the way that the Adaptatron played out, Aurelia is not even really being forced to use the champion unit. And so it's possible that Crab just sort of runs out of gas here before Aurelia even comes down, and Aurelia can win this game without her.
The one thing about this deck, this specific deck, is Void Rush off the top here can always just be a quick refill on his hand. And I think that's what he's trying to go for, trying to get that miracle starting again for this deck.
Yeah, the hard part is, though, what is he finding off the top of the deck here? And it has to be something good. You know, you have to be able to get this answer in, but even still, I never feel good when Aurelia has 4 runes up. I don't care if Aurelia has 2 cards in hand, 3 cards, 6 cards. It doesn't matter. It's going to be something that you just got to be so careful with, because it's like, hey, well, I'm going to find these answers.
I think seeing an Undertide in there, getting to play the Rek'Sai for 3 mana, I think it's maybe it's full-on reinforcing here.
Yeah, this is a little scary, because if this battlefield falls, the game is probably over. So it looks like we're sort of pivoting into the Power Nexus game, where we're hoping that we can hold this battlefield, and maybe use Power Nexus to give ourselves the chance to win on the next turn. Because if we hold from 5 to 6, we Power Nexus up to 7, we can push into the other battlefield and win the game off of the Rek'Sai, pulling something useful off the top of the deck.
Now,
but it's dangerous.
Well, and the difficult part is here, it looks like, yeah, there's a lot of units over there, but at the same time, this is only 13 might that you have to get over. This is something that Aurelia might very well be able to do here. Now, of course, the hard part is you are very low on card count. Not nearly as bad as the Rek'Sai, but still. And so you might have to make a difficult sacrifice here, potentially, to try to take down this battlefield, because it feels like that if you do, this game's as good as done.
Yeah, the tough thing with Aurelia is when you only have 4 cards in hand, it's actually very possible that she's staring at 4 units or gears and doesn't have all of the things that she'd really like to push the Stellacorn over the top of 13 might.
I mean, at the bare minimum, if we do have Zhonya's hidden right there, we just need 2 pump spells, just getting that herder up to 7, readying her up, moving her in twice. So basically trading with the first life of Zhonya's, and then going again for the kill afterwards, which might be what our player here is going for.
I mean, but we'll see if the answers are able to be utilized. Here goes the Unguard, then the Defiant Dance on top of that. That's already going to be a pretty big swing. And this might just be that the Stellacorn Herder is going to be the sacrificial lamb to make everything as easy as possible. We might even see the hidden card, if it is Azonia's, be able to take out the battlefields. Everything bounces back with the Stellacorn, and then you immediately just ready it back up and attack back in to finish out the battlefield. There are so many different lines that Aurelia can utilize here.
Yeah, the thing that we have here is if we use our Aurelia Legend to ready Stellacorn, then the Zonia's itself is just enough, because the Stellacorn will be recalled.
I think it's recalled exhausted, no, with Zhonya's?
It will be exhausted.
Yeah, so you can't... Yeah, you'd have to have another pump spell to re-ready here, which odds are you do. But yeah, you're pretty much just staring this 7 against 11. You really could have left it at the 5 against 13, traded out 2 units, and then Defiant Danced to re-ready after the Zonia's as well. Tons of opportunities to win this game.
I think it's just... I think we're just 1 pump spell away of just completely just punishing this hold from our Rek'Sai player.
Yep, and here we go. There's the 9, going to be able to take both battlefields. Stellacorn going to be drawing again on the move, very much needed at this point. And we're threatening game. Now, of course, you are going to want to, if anything, guarantee that the power nexus is not going to be in Aurelia's control. But there's the charm!
The charm.
Oh, and that's got to be the game right there.
Now hold on. Cinema inbound. Okay, he didn't check.
Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. It's not worth checking because you still have to pay the cost.
What if we get Under Titan Hidden Blade? Hear me out. Hear me out, guys.
I just don't know what there might be able to be done here for Forgetful Crab to be able to take this game.
Oh, hold on. He is checking. He is checking.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is worth checking. There could be some answers there. But it looks like it's a miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that charm.
Yeah, there's nothing you're going to be able... Unless it's a Void Rush miracle here, is what it has to be.
So it'll be Void Rush, Call the Week. Oh, yeah.
It's a
that's
seal.
the third seal. And that, I think, seals the deal for this game.
How much were you saying that for? No, but great play there. Definitely sad to see it come to an end like that, but Aurelia just was able to utilize the answers, and I gotta say, the Adaptatron being able to go off and taking out the 2 seals just felt like it really set back the Rek'Sai at that point.
Yeah, absolutely ruined the game there.
And so with that being said, guys, we are going to be moving into the final round number 4. So we'll see what is able to be done here, how we're going to be able to finish this out. I think we have a couple of undefeated still. I think we have 3 undefeated, if I recall correctly. So we'll see what is able to be done here and what kind of answers we're potentially able to have. And so with that being said, guys, I think we're going to take a quick break to be able to get into the game and give us a tiny bit of a breather. So we'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, here we go. The one that I wanted to really watch is going to be Brocane versus Terra. Two teammates going against each other in this final round. So it's going to be interesting to see if Terra is going to be able to withstand the might of Ornn. It can be a pretty difficult matchup. I'm joined here, of course, with a David, who is a judge for the game and also just likes to run some Thursday night fights as well. Or now
Yeah,
Friday
absolutely.
night fights.
Thanks for having me on. I love these two players. They are some of people I have gotten to speak to and meet, and there will probably be some jabs taken from me at both of them throughout the stream, just because that's how I express my love for these two guys. They're awesome dudes. If you ever get to meet them.
No, and I'm the exact same way. I mean, the when we met in person, it was just the three of us trying to roast each other into the ground, and it was just an absolute blast the entire time. And so in this case, though, it looks like that the Ornn ended up winning the die roll here, so will opt to be able to be on the play or going with an extra rune here. So we'll see what actually is chosen here as we start into this game one. Also noted, Aspirant's Climb.
Now, from your guys' perspective, which deck do you think has the inherent advantage? The Detonate Draven list or the Ornn list?
I think it's pretty much Detonate Draven favored. It was, I think there's the chance in the old Miracle match that Ornn, if Miracle Draven didn't go quite fast enough, that you could actually get the Ornn established and really make it quite difficult for Miracle to play the game, because the only way for the Miracle to remove that Ornn was with Rebuke. But Detonate can actually really cause a huge problem for Ornn, because the Spellsongers, if you get rid of the Spellsongers, the Ornn is actually not necessarily going to be big enough to go over top of your giant miraculous board.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, right now, though, very fast gameplay from the both of them, but that's going to be the big thing, is that Brocane's going to need to have the answers. You're not going to necessarily have an issue getting over the might at this point, but what you're going to be having an issue with is all the removal that Terra can be dishing out here. There's so many different aspects of the game that Brocane's going to need to be prepared for. Now, we know that he is definitely prepared for these types of matchups, and there is a chance that Terra might be missing a little bit on the card draw, but of course, especially in a Miracle deck, this might be something that can be mitigated. Having to sacrifice 2 runes on a called shot might be that step in the right direction, but that is such a heavy blow.
Yeah. And the good news here, and the thing that Ornn can really get away with, is Ornn, there's a huge temptation to push this blue Ornn into Zon Warrens and say, I'm big and you're small, and so I'm going to beat the crap out of you. But if you're worried about things like Fight or Flight or Rebuke coming out so early in the game, you can always just walk over to Aspirants and start getting your World Atlas procs. Mm-hmm. And really build up your Ornn, use your card draw, go find your Azirs or your Aurelias, and use that to then compete later in the game once you've found all of your pieces. But I'm not opposed to walking Ornn into Draven here and just saying, I'm big and you're small. Let's fight.
Yeah. To be fair, also, if you have a not so fast too, that's just having to pay the flag 2 just to have it negated. That's gonna just completely hinder Terra's board here, going down 4 runes.
Well, and then the big thing here too is that Ornn can utilize really well too is the charm. That can be the type of stuff that really starts to make an impact here, where you could take out the Draven, then immediately charm in the battering ram that was just played, and then Draven is really set back. He only has, or would have, only 5 cards in the discard, not enough to start playing out some Rosses, and then would have to start to rebuild the board. And I gotta say, also with Terra missing out on the Ezreal, that is something that really starts to get things going, and this could be a big setback here.
Yeah. I think the optimal turn here, if you're Brocane, is to drop the Spellsonger, put it on the Ornn, and then go absolutely mental on that Draven. Because either you're winning the combat, or you're forcing Draven to give up 4 runes to get rid of your Ornn.
Wait, could he even play Rebuke if he has the Spellsong? Because that's deflect 4, and then it takes
the
2.
only
Yeah,
option would be Fight or Flight. At which point you'd rather just Fight or Flight your own Draven back to base than spend 4 runes. Oh wait, no, you probably couldn't even play the fight or flight as well. No, deflect is any color.
Deflect
you
good
you
color,
yeah. You could drop the fight or flight, give up 4
Ooh,
runes, and win
there's
combat, but
this-
it's not worth it.
No.
There's a spell. Now we know that Miracle List, not sure about Terra specifically, runs the one rebuke in the main, but again, we're only going up to 7 runes and have to go down 6 runes
Yeah.
to play a rebuke next turn might just be too much of an ask, especially when Ornn has 4 up.
Yeah. Keeping track, Brocane is doing correctly with his math. We know from history that he sometimes struggles with his Ornn math. That's jab number 1, Brocane. But yeah, he's got that Ornn at 15, which is a really, really great place to be until your opponent has a bushwhack. But you are holding 4 runes available, and that is potentially going to be enough to scare Terra off of this combat.
Well, and even on top of that, you know, even if you have the rebuke, after all the fishing that you've done, just with Brocane having those 4 up, it's like, yeah, I'm not even risking the extra runes at this point. And so it's putting Terra in a very difficult place. Now, even on top of that, if we are potentially able to get out... Oh, there's the detonate. I mean, at the same time, if you're blowing something up and you're giving Brocane 2 cards, we've seen that he's been able to capitalize off of that. But the Defy is going to be coming in.
Defy.
Excellent.
A great answer, and still 3 runes at the ready.
Yeah, and it's excellent here that you get to save the not so fast. That's the key piece. Is if you end up using the not so fast protecting your Spellsonger, then you do not have it to protect from rebuke.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Terra still has the point tempo. He is going to go up to 8 faster than Ornn goes up to 8. So we are still waiting on some sort of movement ability, but we do know that Brocane does run it. He has those Azirs, he has those Aurelias. Mm-hmm. So Terra right now is the person that has to deal with all this pressure.
Well, and the difficult part is that Brocane has been able to keep up with the draw power that Terra's been able to utilize too. I mean, we're only at a 2-card deficit in the sense of the cards left in deck here. That's something that Ornn could very well capitalize on in this next turn and even start to get ahead. And so Terra going for this battlefield, it feels like it might be that desperation point because, hey, who knows what Ornn might be able to utilize this next turn, whether it is an Azir or even, you know, a pit crew, because all those answers can be a very difficult situation for Terra.
Yeah, and the scary thing is the longer you let this Ornn hold when he has World Atlas, he's going up right now by 4, immediately on next turn's beginning phase. He'll go up immediately to 19, and that's if he doesn't have any other gear in hand to play this turn.
Well, and I do got to say,
Also,
playing the scrap heap right now does not feel optimal here for Terra either. Normally when you see that, and you've already seen the detonate spent here, it's like, oh, that just does not look good here.
Also, I do want to add that Terra is kind of not playing around because he does have 1 axe maybe in play, but Singularity that turn would have been huge. Not having it from Broken's side.
Oh, so
I don't know how many Ornns run Singularity, or at least more than 1 or 2 copies, but yeah, it would have been nuts here to be able to get rid of those battering rams.
that would have really been a setback. Now, of course, the hard part when you are doing stuff like Singularity and things like that is that you are going to be giving more cards for a Rasa to come out. But this is hard here where you're seeing now, hey, by the way, I just had to pay out a Rasa here. That's difficult.
Now,
Yeah,
Terra
the
does
Ornn is
have-
now up to 23. Ugh.
There's the Azir. Now we can get that point tempo. Put Terra on. Yep, there it is. Up by 1 point. Very important now because Terra can't just wait and just try and do 1 push with Vi. He has to actively kill this Ornn now.
Well, and here's the crazy part too, because now Brocane is in a very good position here where the not so fast, the Defies can really start to make an impact here. And then on top of that, if you choose to attack into the Azir, all right, we'll flip-flop, call it good, you know, kind of thing. And so this is a very difficult situation for Terra to try to get around, especially just with the deflect alone on the Ornn.
Yeah, the truth is that both of these battlefields are now locked, because if you attack into the Azir will just swap. And now you're attacking Ornn anyway. No matter where you attack, you're attacking Ornn. And so you either get enough might to get over Ornn, or this game is over.
Yeah, and like you could just try and rebuke, but not so fast. Just says bye 6 runes from your side.
Yeah. These super unit decks are really the most vulnerable the turn they play the super unit. Is if you let the super unit hit the board and then...
Oh, there's
my god, we're trying it.
Oh, no.
This
I
is
think
the
Terra
last
not
stand.
noticing. He needs... That's 4. He's going down to 3. And there's the not so fast.
Windwall. Is it Windwall?
I'm not sure at this point.
Nothing.
Looks like it is a wind wall in the main deck. But here
It's
could
going to get
come
hard bargained.
Oh,
he has hard
my
bargain.
Gosh.
All right.
I will say the
So-
scary thing here is that this rebuke is coming out so early in the game that you are, unlike if you use this on the last turn, Ornn is going to get to reestablish.
There's a spinning axe. So we do have an established Ornn, but we do also lose out on an Azir. That's one of our main movement options, just going like that.
Yep.
Yeah, there's always the chance you find the Aurelias.
And I mean, that was a very risky play that Terra was trying to pull, and very lucky that it was able to be pulled off too. The hard bargain was a very clutch play right there, and there was that chance that Brocane had the defy potentially, and if that was the case, then the game was completely locked down.
Yeah, I think the thing that Terra does there is he plays the rebuke while Brocane is holding 4 runes available. Or I think was it 3? No, it was 4. Yeah, 4 runes available.
It was 4.
You're always losing to defy, but this is the only way you can play the game at this point, because otherwise you're just going to be stacking units up in base and watching this Ornn get bigger and bigger and bigger, and watching the Ornn draw all his cards, find all of his count in the game. And so now you've given yourself a chance. You're going to go up to 5, Ornn is going to reestablish, you're going to be able to go up to 7, and then if you have another answer for the Ornn, then you can win the game.
But also, I mean, Ornn is still a deflect 4, and we're only gonna be up to 5 runes during the turn where Ornn can attack again, and that's still not enough for another rebuke. There's the picker.
And then also now being able to come in, I really like the cloth armor. It has put a lot of work in for Brocane as a whole. And so now we'll get to see what this could potentially do. And if you're able to deal with these board states, Terra's only going to have 3 runes on the following turn. And even though it is a miracle build, that is still a lot that you could be struggling with.
Yeah. And I think I see the vision here with the idea of you play the pit crew, you move the pit crew over to this aspirants climb, and then you can actually put the Ornn on the aspirants. You can play him from hand on the aspirants, weapon master over the Spellsonger, and you don't necessarily have to worry about getting the GA on him immediately because Terra doesn't have enough runes to even target him in the first place.
No,
I will say we actually can't Spellsonger because
The weapon master.
Weapon Master only reduces the energy cost, the power cost. We still have to pay the
You're
1
right.
energy. So, I mean, GA still is pretty good. And I don't think Terra has a way of dealing with that pick route just from 3 runes in hand. Maybe a not so fast. I mean, using that offensively and not having it for Ornn does kind of dispel Doom in the future turns.
Yeah, it feels like Terra, while being up in points, might be a little bit on the back foot here. We might now be able to see at least another Rasa that's going to be helping things out here. Or nope, Seal for a Seal. Still have a chance for a Rasa, though. But that's going to be his biggest hope, is getting those 6 might units out for free. But still, with 19 cards left in hand, it can be a long shot here on trying to find those final 2 units to be able to utilize the end game here. So we'll see what's able to be done, but right now it looks like it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely. It's really, really tough. If you don't go up to 7 here, you're really looking a little rough. because the Ornn is going to get to put himself on a point and probably at 7 himself. And then you have to do the job of double conquering, and nothing available.
Right, and if we equip that spell song around, we can't even can we? Yeah, we can't even Firefly at Ornn.
Oh, he didn't mean to pass.
There's a
Yep, definitely. So trying to pull back. Sometimes it's easy to accidentally pass when it is just a space bar. You know, in real life, when you are playing a card game, it's easy when you just do like a hand signal and say I pass. But a space bar does definitely make it a lot easier. So, you know, definitely understandable there. But now it is Brokane's turn. He has 12 runes out, able to utilize a lot here. The gold is also generated, and we'll see what he's able to do to try to hold down this this field here.
that spell song we're getting on, and I don't think Terra has the answer next turn to even. You can't even rebuke it or double spell song.
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah.
so this is definitely the end here, because the Ornn is going to get really big, and the deflect is going up to 6, which means Terra actually with the seals has just enough power available to target the Ornn with another rebuke if he's got it, but completely losing to basically any counterspell.
Well, no, it would be deflect 6. You'd have 5 runes. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, with the seals would give us just enough that we could empty ourselves of runes to try to target this Ornn again.
And I mean, here we go. At least we can get the Zon Warrens to try to, you know, maybe get some additional answers that we need here. There we go with also being able to get at least a seal in. Looks like everything is going to be staying in its proper place and going for some reinforcements here. And we'll see what's able to be done. But right now, that's going to be the question at hand is, if you do rebuke, is there going to be enough to take this game? And it looks like there very well might be.
Yeah, there might be. The pit crew going up is very nice. The shield, if you put this GA on the pit crew, you can get up to 6. The shield, that's actually a little bit more difficult for Terra to remove, especially if you have some other spell in hand that can play around this pit crew. What I find interesting here is I think it may be the right time to use this Poros next for a draw. I think your Ornn is large enough in might total that the 1 gear is going to be less impactful. The 6 might he's getting... the 3 might he's getting from this gear is probably less impactful than the extra card in hand that you'd have available.
Whoa,
Right.
though.
And
We're not even hitting a red rune here, so Bushwhack Vi is not an available thing that we can do. So
Yeah.
maybe something.
Well, and here's the
something that
tricky
could happen next turn.
Here's the tricky part too. We are playing to 9 points still. So I was a little surprised at first with pulling the pit crew back, but now it makes, you know, definitely a lot of sense depending on what you necessarily have in hand. Because yes, if the Ornn is ending being taken over or, you know, being rebuked at this point, then you very well might just have you need 2 gear to be able to take both battlefields at this point. And Brokane very easily could be finding those answers.
Absolutely, and somebody in chat just brought my attention to the fact that like 30 more cards were just dropped. Oh my gosh.
Holy! I just did my
wait,
video.
what?
A ton of cards dropped today, by the way.
Oh. I mean, let's see. Anything cool?
I found my new silly deck of the year that I will be playing for the rest of possibly, I think, Riftbound permanent.
Is it
I
the
think
Jin
this-
Wind card?
It is the what is it called? The Garbage Palace, which is such a perfect name for it as well, because it's definitely bad. But I am going to play the heck out of that card.
Also, I have to say, at this point, no matter what number is on that Ornn, I just go, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna trust your math. 'Cause
Yeah. This is something to keep in mind if you are going to events. Even if there is a judge sitting at your table, it is your job to track your opponent's Ornn might. Though you are always welcome to ask your opponent. Your opponent is not allowed to lie if you ask them directly what their Ornn might total is. They are required to answer honestly and fully.
I'm not sure what the ruling is if they just tell you the wrong number.
If they tell you the wrong, I can tell you exactly what the ruling is. If they tell you verbally the wrong number, that is a communication violation and a game warning.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it is a tournament warning. It's a tournament violation.
So can be something, and what we had, did we have that issue at Vegas towards the end of day one? If I remember, I thought I remember you saying that we had an issue with that at one point.
I have seen it happen. Is what I could say. I have seen it happen. So yes, it has occurred. I can't say where or when.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of everybody's sanity, but
Boo.
There's the poor snacks draw.
Yep.
I will say, now that Vi, I mean, usually Vi is like a game ender. It's like, oh, that's the big punch stick that we have, but
it's
not
that
even
big.
close. Not, yeah, when you have a 32 might unit, it's not even that big.
Oh, so here we go, though. The full reinforced, 3 cards in hand, 11 runes at the ready, and Vi's going to be able to get pretty big, but not anywhere near 32. But all you need is 1 rebuke.
One
It's
fight or
one
flight.
rebuke.
If
Oh,
Brocane
yeah.
is not holding a Defy or a not so fast fight or flighting the Ornn back to base, does not matter that you use all your runes to do it. That will win you the game.
Again, we do have a 15 might Vi right here. That pick will not be doing much into this Ornn, so it's all about, I think we can even spare a rebuke, because we can spare 1 rebuke, 1 fight or flight.
Yeah. We'll have to see. There's 3. If it's not rebuke or fight or flight, it's
Maybe
It
kind
might
of
be a
maybe
fizz.
Fizz?
Yeah.
Fizz?
well. The other thing here is with you have enough to still play rebuke or fight or flight because you can use the runes on other stuff. Judge slow play.
I think there might be a fight or flight engrave. Rebuke. Do we have enough runes for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 into deflect. 6. Actually, I don't think. Is that enough?
Yes, we have enough.
Oh,
We have
but
just
here we
enough.
go.
We have to pay deflect
wait.
6.
Is deflect 6 and the deflect plus? Ah, we have it.
And that's going to be game.
The
Brocane
not so
took
fast
it.
wins the game. Yep, immediately pick it up.
Immediately. I don't think it was enough because he had 5 proper runes, right, and then 2 seals, and he spends 2 on the power for rebuke, and then he has to spend 6 more.
Yeah.
So that's 8. Yeah, so I don't think it even was enough without the not so fast.
Yep, and then of course you did have to be worried about potentially the Terra Hard Bargain. Luckily, there is usually just a 1 of in the deck, and so with it already being used. But yeah, that was the GG there, the last ditch effort. And yeah, Ornn taking down a miracle. There we go.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think the spell song is there.
And on the
Came in
slow play
absolutely-
point, yeah, on the slow play point, even though Brocane is joking, the unfortunate thing with Miracle decks is it's very difficult. It's difficult to call them on slow play in the first place, but more often than not, judges are not going to be able to really enforce slow play so long as they are taking a regular, like if they're taking a normal amount of time for each individual action, the game will take slow without them slow playing. That's the unfortunate thing with the Miracle list, is if they take 16 actions in their turn, and their turn takes 16 minutes, all of their actions took a reasonable amount of time before we could call a slow play on any individual action.
And that's the unfortunate part, especially when you do just have a 60-minute timer. And
Yeah.
you do have sometimes 8 to 10 actions that you're taking as a miracle deck. And that can be, to you or your opponent's detriment. If you do end up ending in a tie, then it's like, all right, well, that's all she wrote. Sorry. And now that could really ruin your tournament run.
Yeah, and I think oftentimes that ends up working to Miracle players' disadvantages because they end up drawing a lot of rounds that they could or should be winning.
Also, I mean, I'm not sure about you guys, but for us, top no time limit, and we recently had a skirmish. I mean, I was in the game where it was Top Gun. It was 2 hours and 30 minutes long with the Detonate Draven list.
Oh my gosh. Well, and the hard part
These
is
lists-
too, you can't leave and like get dinner or anything because it could end at any time, you know? It's like, well, we're
Yeah.
stuck.
Oh, great opening turn from Ornn. Poros
Ooh.
next GA is so optimal.
Well, here's the
That's what
hard
you'd love to
part.
see.
Here's the hard part too, though. I don't know if Terra very well might be running Thermo Beam, and so you got to be so careful with that sometimes. Now we do know that Brocane main decks at least the Wind Wall, but you definitely don't want to be keeping up, you know, 3 runes every turn in anticipation of, you know, a Thermo Beam. That will set you back way too far.
Yeah, I have not seen Terra's list, so he definitely runs Thermo Beam?
I think he runs 1 if I recall correctly.
No, traditionally these detonate-driven lists don't run it, but it might just be like a personal thing that Terra does.
Oh my gosh, and here we go with another sacrifice of the called shot, missing out on Ezreal 2 games now and being forced to repeat a called shot.
But also, can we just talk about Ornn's opening here? I mean,
Oh, it's
can you
gorgeous.
ask for a better opener than this?
Not
Like, leaving enough-
necessarily. Nah,
Yeah,
that's exactly what you want.
you have enough for like a not so fast too to collect your spell. I mean, Ornn just comes out next turn, and you're only on 1 point.
Now, all I know is if there's the Ezreal, easy. Ezreal was found, the scrap heap discarded, drawing 3 right there. That's exactly the recovery that Terra needed right there. The hardest part is whoever wins this match, I'm going to have to hear about the bragging rights for at least a whole week. They're never going to let the other live that down.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And I am absolutely here for it.
You don't have to put up with it. I game with these guys on the daily.
Yeah.
And Brocane or Terra are going to be like, yeah, but did you win? You know, for the whole week. And there's the Thermo Beam right there.
Oh no.
Yep.
And if I'm
I guess we
Ornn
have our
and
answer.
I'm sitting at a local, I am scooping the game.
Yep, game 3.
Invoke Rule 650. Let's go next.
So a great turn right there, though. And Terra's not going to necessarily be opting to go into the other battlefield. But on the plus side, Brocane at least does have a couple of options. Coming in, though, with the green Ornn, maybe anticipating the Thermo Beam here.
Not something you see every day, Green Ornn, especially in these kind of lists. Brocane running the less seen units, Azir, Green Ornn in Pit Crew in this Ornn list.
Now,
Yeah. I know that Green Azir has become a lot more standard to avoid the need for Shurelias to move your units, but Green Ornn, one that does not get seen a lot, despite actually being the more rare of the 2 Ornns in terms of card rarity.
now
We have... Sorry?
Go for it.
We do have a cloth armor here on reaction, so we can get at least our Ornn to 7 might, which will beat out any one of our singular pushes here.
Well, and here's the hard part, too, because I think especially in this game, too, it's going to be a battle of answers. You're seeing both competitors have a lot of cards in hand, but who's going to be able to outlast the other? Are we going to be able to see Fight or Flight, Rebukes, and things like that moving in here to be able to outlast the not-so-fast, the Disciplines, or things like that? So here we go. We're going to see what this showdown has in store for us, but will there be enough for one or the other to win this very vital combat?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty critical here to see if Brocane can reestablish the board full of gears, because it's very unlikely we see, and again, I don't know Terra's list too much, but I doubt we have a second Thermo Beam. And so if we can reestablish a board full of gears, then we can maybe get away from this awful play.
Yeah, so looks like right now the Ornn is going to be going up to 7. Looks like Terra didn't opt in to the adding
my
2 to
gosh.
Garen, but right there we get to see plus
punished.
4.
Punish for not using that Draven effect right there. Do we have the spinning axe to kind of save our, behinds here right now?
Surely you have something available when you're a Draven.
And it might be, yeah, it
Yep.
looks like there's the spinning axe, definitely a common play here. Opting to keep the potential of or trying to make it to where you want the battering ram to be selected here so that the Draven is able to be kept alive. That will be generating a gold here. There still is 4 runes up, and we'll see if Brocane maybe has an additional answer here.
Yeah, the interesting choice for Brocane is that if you kill the battering ram, you're giving Draven a gold. But that gold is basically immediately spent, even though it's not the gold itself that's getting spent, reattaching the spinning axe.
Mm-hmm.
And so, no matter which one you do, your opponent is going to lose 1 power off of it.
Mhm.
Now, the difficult part about that is the winning of the combat and drawing the card feels a lot more vital here. Now, at the same time, I think you're exactly right about that. We're going to be seeing either he lets the gear die or he's going to go down an additional rune. And that, even with all those cards in hand, that is the last thing that you want. You want to be at least over 5-6 runes minimum to be able to start getting things going. We're still not going to see the Rosses. We're still not going to, see a lot of the utilization here, and being down to 3, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah. It's also, a hot take that I will continue to stand on until the day I die is that the Draven draw, for me, is much less impactful in this combat because my opponent already had 8 cards. I find giving my opponent's draws much more palatable when their hand is already so full of cards that I know they can't play all of it anyway. Than giving your opponent draws when there are 1 or 2 cards left in hand.
And by that point, if your opponent has like a 7-8 card hand and they somehow don't have the out, and them going to 9 or 10 gives them the out, I mean, that's chances of that happening is so low that you might as well do your play and trying to get your optimal play route out.
Yeah. Now, generally with Dravens, if you've given them the hand up to 9 cards already, you're already losing the game. So the fact that they draw more is only going to make you lose even harder than you're already losing. So we'll see here. Terra's actually already gone down to 5 cards, built a very big board that is probably a little bit too big to fight with green Ornn. Green Ornn probably just a little too... not able to get high enough, likely, to be able to do this.
And this is going to be putting in a very difficult situation, but on the plus side, the Ornn has the rune count and cards in hand. So even if we might not necessarily see a way out, depending on the 7 cards that, 6 cards that Ornn could be able to utilize here, might be enough to get the answers. Now, of course, the showdown is going to be very telling as the 2 cards are tapped. It is going to be a fight or flight on the Ornn. Is there going to be a defy here?
Yeah, I think you have to use defy here. You do not want to give your opponent the chance to go up 6-1.
Yep, and I think that was a huge victory right there. Now we have a tapped out Ornn. How can we now capitalize on this with the rest of the cards in hand?
Yeah, and Terra's only going to go up to 4 runes on the next turn. So this is definitely a playable space for Ornn to be able to defend this battlefield. You're worried about Rebuke, you're worried about Fight or Flight, as you always are. But if those don't come out and hit the board, you may actually be able to hold this battlefield against the onslaught of oncoming battering rams.
Yeah, now the difficult part here would be if he's able to get a couple more cards discarded potentially, or maybe start coming into play. And so we'll see what's able to be done here. But again, I think that we are seeing a Brocane be in still a difficult situation, but not necessarily a so far gone. And a Charm's going to be a step in the right direction.
Huge.
Yeah. Very, very nice here to get rid of one of the battering rams.
Right. And I mean, I think it's very pivotal here that Ornn does get his hold draw off. We need that extra value to maybe match the value that Miracle Draven is trying to make every single turn.
Yeah. You could also think about, the funny outcome is where you end up playing a Spellsonger on the green Ornn and trying to draw 2 gears at the start of every turn, just for maximum value. If you have to if you have a handful of Spellsongers, it may have to be what you do here.
One thing that's kind of crazy here, Brocane just went down a lot of runes right there. So it's like, all right, well, we'll see what's able to be done, because what, he started it with 9 runes or something along those lines and now back down to 4?
Yeah, he had to
Yeah.
use Charm, Defy, and then the double equip. That's 4 runes just lost right then and there.
Gonna see 3 and a power. Get the fizz out.
Feels for Cold Shell, okay.
Okay.
Going for the draw instead. I think just respecting the fact that he might have to fight, and yep, he has to defy this year.
That's
Yeah.
a big shutdown right there.
Yeah, you've actually kind of just shut down Terra's whole turn.
Right. Terra can't go for this attack. He might have a stack attack, but that's just it. Threatening to take your Ornn next turn though, but we do get our Ornn proc.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to look, maybe find a Aurelia's to do some ganking.
But something, I mean, being able to dig 4 cards in a deck, so nice to be able to see this here and be able to potentially find an answer. And with Brocane maybe not taking a card right away, this might be a step in the right direction. Some hard choices to make, and it looks like World Atlas is going to be added to hand.
Yeah, the tough thing is you did go down to 5 runes for this turn by playing that Defy. And this deck typically plays a little bit more expensively. And so you're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage in the next coming turns.
Yeah, gosh.
I mean,
this doesn't feel good either, because anytime that you give Draven a chance to double conquer and potentially set up some defenses, you're going to be finding yourself in a very difficult situation. So this is tough, and he doesn't even have to send the full might of units. You can keep Draven in the backfield to answer anything, or potentially have like a Ride the Wind or something. So this is dangerous.
Yeah, and it's a situation where Draven really gets to choose based on his hand. If he's got a handful of interaction, he's going to push everything up to battlefields and look to hold one field for the end of the game. Or if he's got a handful of units, he might just keep everything back and put all his units in base and just wait.
So even with that, though, it looks like the Draven is going to be extended here. Now, again, we're not going to be seeing the advantage of being able to go to 9 points here, but it looks like right now we're trying to draw some cards. We might even see a Detonate potentially come in to get that extra answers, but nope, looks like it is just going to be a pass with 4 runes up, and I gotta be fearful for a Rebuke.
We're threatening a lot here. We're threatening Rebuke, we're threatening another Spinning Axe, we run it, because those Cloth Armors do nothing on the attack.
Oh, but looks like we are going to be sacrificing potentially all the runes here. Unchecked power.
Power.
This is a risk.
Oh, that's hard bargain. Oh, it's absolutely just criminal, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like unchecked power doesn't even necessarily win you the game here because it ends up exhausting your Ornn, and so there's a chance your opponent can just accelerate something in and end the game anyway.
Yep.
We have Bushwhack. We have a lot of. I'm not sure if you're on Kaisa in this deck, but definitely Bushwhack into a Rasa just wins the game on the spot after that.
Well, and
Yeah.
this is something that I would necessarily do here. I wouldn't play Unchecked Power because I don't want to reveal to Terra that I have that in my side deck. And it's like, this was a losing game anyway, and now we just told you, by the way, I have Unchecked Power. So going into game 3, Terra now knows that he doesn't have, or doesn't want to overextend. Otherwise, he could be very much paying for it. So I think that was a bit of a wrong move there.
Now, how about this? Now, what if Brocane now sides Unchecked Power out? This as a complete mental mind game.
Yeah, that could be viable.
Although I would agree with you 9 times out of 10.
This is one of those times you're like, nah, silence is crazy.
Maybe he's cooking. Maybe he's cooking. Now, to be fair, these players do definitely know each other. I think they've definitely played this matchup multiple times. So it might just be them knowing each other's decks inside and out.
Yeah, that's true too. You know, especially with Ekpilot calling me out and not agreeing with me on everything. This is the last time that he's going to be casting. So enjoy it while he's here. He's not going to be invited back.
I mean,
That's
well, it was good while it lasted. I'll be on Friday night fights. If possible, guys.
that's hilarious. Seeing that I regularly disagree with you and somehow manage to get away with it.
So, but here we go into game number 3. We have Terraverse is Brocane. I mean, we still had an Ornn that was able to take game 1. Now we have Terra taking game 2, and we have the same start that we've already seen here, but this time a little bit better, it looks like, for the Miracle Draven here. But are we going to be able to see the devastating blow of Thermo Beam again?
We have so much draw right now. The chances that we do hit our Thermo Beam is pretty high, even if we're running just the one.
Yeah, and this is a question I think you have to sit here with as Brocane, is knowing that your opponent Thermo Beamed you at this point last game, do I have to wait a turn so that I can Ornn and hold Windwall up?
I mean, to be fair, if you want to Ornn equip Spellsonger, that's going to take you 2 more turns because it's a 7 might play. And yep, I think he's going to wait for it. Going for Cold Farmer.
And I think this is the right move here, just playing it a little bit safe. You still have the 3 runes at the ready. You're still able to get a point and potentially also hold at this. If he does end up having something, you probably have like an Unguard and maybe a Windwall. That's kind of wishful there. Well, in this case, now all you need is the Windwall with the attachment there. So well done there from Brocane. We'll see what answers Terra has because now he has the rune count and the cards in hand.
Yeah, this pit crew is going to defend at a 6, which means that Draven can't just naturally push it over. You're going to be forcing something out of Terra's hand if he wants to push this battlefield.
I mean, we did just discard the Fight or Flight, so we do have some interaction in hand.
So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here, but Terra looks like he has a little bit of a difficult situation, maybe 2 cards that he was wanting to take here. But here's going to be the biggest thing is now that we have potentially a showdown here, I don't know, as Brocane, I think I almost want this to go through because if I try to win this combat and then just like that they... Nope, now we can't. Okay, now we're perfectly fine to win this combat because we don't have to worry about Thermo Beam.
Mm-hmm. Having to get rid of a red rune for Draven specifically is kind of saving you here, because at least it saves you a turn from Thermo Beam, but not sure what Broken can have to beat over this Draven. 9 might is huge.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you don't want to lose your GA in case you want to put that on Ornn later.
But it looks like it is going to be a loss at maybe not. Never mind. There's going to be one more. That cloth armor.
For free. I mean, it is free due to
oh yeah,
Ornn's
using it at
Forge.
Ornn's Forge so that it's free. That makes sense.
I'm surprised that he didn't use that last turn just to move it back. Stop the Draven from getting a gold and a draw, but maybe just assuming he doesn't have the spinning axe.
So the hard part is, though, is now we get to watch the might get built up by Terra. He's up in points. He's building up a much more dangerous base. Now at least you can play the Ornn and start to get might built up that way while still mitigating the dangers here. But still, there's 2 runes left up by Terra. There's a lot of different answers that you might have to move through. And right now, Ornn does not have the cards in hand.
Yeah, and the scary thing here is even if you play Ornn and hold up enough for Windwall, you could get your Windwall hard bargained.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like we are going to be opting to play another gear. Looks like also going to be moving the Ornn here, being able to attach now the 7-songer. At the same time, if you're able to start getting these answers resolved here, we're going to be finding ourselves in a very difficult situation here. We are risking Ruin Runner moving in, and we'll see if there's any answers here that Draven's going to have. And it looks like a Fight or Flight coming in to potentially try to push back, and it will be successful. That's another card draw for Draven.
Yeah. And we're kind of just sitting here with Ornn and saying, "Thermo beam me. I will allow it." And that might be the ultimate end of the game if that comes out on this turn.
Even if not, now we can use the ability to dig a little deeper here to try to get it. We might even be able to use... I mean, at this point, I would use a called shot to continue to dig for the answer, because if I'm able to look at 4 cards of a 23-card deck and be able to find these answers, all the better at this point.
Yep, and we have Ezreal as 2 more cards to look at.
And you still have 5 up.
Yeah, and you could use this Ezreal to then discount a called shot and keep looking. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't matter to me how many runes I give up if I can find Thermo Beam at this exact moment.
To be fair, do you even want to Thermo Beam at this exact moment? Like, think about what we're moving here.
I say...
If you could...
Oh yeah, finish the thought. Sorry.
So, it is just spell and some cloth armors, and I mean, we do have the giant like point lead. Maybe we just let Ornn score a few points, build up our base, and then judge slow play, and then play a Thermo.
Well, I think with only 3 cards in hand, Thermoing here, it just sets Ornn back to like 9 might on board and not enough in hand to play all your combo pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the one thing that I really like, the only reason I would want to Thermo Beam right now is because Brocane only has 3 cards in hand. So it's like, guess what? If we blow up this board state and we're able to capitalize on that, it is going to be so difficult, even with 11 runes and 4 cards in hand, to try to climb back from the sheer might that I've been able to do. Now that we're able to move in, it's like we get a chance to maybe really try to find some answers here and be prepared for what might be coming at us. But we'll see. There's still a lot of game left to be played, but this is going to be a very decisive defense here for Brocane to be able to take this match.
Yeah, and the other reason I would go for the Thermo Beam there is because at this point, with 11 runes up in the Ornn already established, it's very possible I never get a chance to play it again. That he holds Windwall in front of me for the rest of the game.
I mean, notice too that we did discard a hard bargain. Last turn.
That is the only hard bargain in the deck. Well, you do keep one in the side deck. So there is maybe a chance that Terra might be trying to bait that out, because I know in certain situations, like especially going against an Ornn, maybe you would want to show that. So Brocane playing a Consult of the Past might be a good chance to get some answers here. He has the runes that, sucks a little bit that he might not necessarily have as much of the answers that he needs, but hopefully this can get him a step in the right direction.
Yeah, that Ornn is sitting at a rather pathetic, for Ornn standards, of course, 12 right now. It's really not going to be strong enough.
Yeah, and all of our cloth armors are being used right there on the pick crew. So we don't even have the reaction +3. I mean, +4 in this case. And we can... It's not up to par, because... I mean, if we had the good hand right there, we would have just hide the Consulta Path and just use it to maybe draw into a Windwall on Terra's turn. But having to use it on our turn kind of just says, okay, we don't have any gears, we don't have any proactive plays right now, and we're kind of in desperation mode.
Oh, and there's the Singularity.
Ooh, Singularity.
Oh.
Might be a little bit of a desperation play. Is there any response? Might not be. And if you're able to take out, the Rasa and Ezreal, maybe, but...
you can get rid of Rasa and a Ram, but I think you're just losing to what's sitting on board.
Right, yeah. It's 12.
It's 15 might to... I guess with the 2 Clawthimers, it's 15 might to 19 might on board right now. 17 might to 19 might on board right now. And you can even that up with Draven's Legend ability, so any might that Terra gets access to immediately this turn, or anything he removes from Brocane's side of the board, is just enough to push over this board. And Brocane is once again going down so low on runes that he's basically begging for Terra to spell his units.
And so this is something that is going to be very much capitalized on. It looks like that we are going to be going with a switcheroo in this case. And there's very little that Brocane is going to be able to do about this. Even with all the deflect that is going to need to be paid here, switcheroo is going to be potentially a game ender here.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that we see anything other than Terra going up to 7 and Brocane drawing his next card and immediately folding the game.
And this is like a smart play from Terra, kind of deviating from the detonate plan. We haven't seen that much like detonate treasure trove, detonate scrap heap in these games, and going for the more aggressive playstyle here.
Well, and I'm wondering, though, because I'm wondering if he maybe sided that out in this case to try to stay more with a board presence here. And you're able to see that, you know, potentially that is able to pay dividends here, especially now that he is able to play out. I mean, gosh, that kind of sucks playing out a battering ram for 4. But even still, that's another 5 might added. And both these units are here with nothing left on the board for Brocane, and I think that is going to be the end.
Yeah, Detonate definitely could be sided out for the Thermo Beam. As you don't necessarily need to side in Gear Hate and leave all the ones you already have. And with Thermo Beam being a much more effective way of dealing with Ornn's gears than Detonate, you may have just decided that it's worth doing it.
Pickroo made Breeze some sort of life, but I don't think this is enough.
The only problem is if there's any rebuke here, it is a GG. So it seems like that Brocane's playing like he has the ability for movement here, and he has won a much-needed victory. Now he needs to be able to challenge over to the Draven, and it very well might also be that Terra's counting on him to use more runes to be able to get over to the other battlefield and then just rebuke and call it a GG.
I mean, Charm does kind of work here. We can get, I think, our Pickroo to about 5, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's not even enough.
Yeah, you'd have to cloth armor here and hope. That might be the only way, but it looks like another 4 is going to be tapped.
Shurelia's.
Going for the... Oh, I think this is the trade.
You lose to Rebuke, but you also lose to Draven hitting his +2. Unfortunately.
I mean, it was a really, like... Oh, Brain here next turn. Vi. Another Detonate.
Yeah, this game was definitely over. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but all the same, though, still an absolutely powerhouse of a match. Brocane still being able to take game number 1 against Terra, a miracle Detonate deck. Really awesome to be able to see that. But still, you're also able to see the sheer might that Detonate Draven was able to bring.
I think it just all came down to the Pickroo having to, like, using up one of his GAs on that Pickroo and not being able to use it on the Ornn.
Absolutely.
And even just the power that Rebuke is able to bring into the game, being able to shut down some vital plays here, very telling on what that is able to do and how much that can help. So with that being said, guys, let's take a look at the bracket real quick. It looks like everyone has indeed reported. It would help if I refresh. That would be helpful for you guys. But yeah, right there, it looks like that we have a tie here with Asakura and Terra being in first place. So well done to both those competitors.
I mean, that's our Aurelia player and Bennett Draven player. It's really piling their decks to near perfection from what we saw. I mean, the Terra... No. no shade. I love the guy. Just wanted to throw some jab. I mean, everyone was doing it.
Yep. So, no, really great job from all these competitors. This is definitely the end of week 8. So now we are going to be fixing the leaderboard, seeing who is in the top 16 because they will secure their invite for the end of season tournament where first and second will be competing for a custom play mat. So kind of fun to be able to see that. We'll have that tournament coming to you on a Saturday or a Sunday, and we'll see what else is here. But anyway, I'm also joined here with David and Ekpilot. Just so you guys know, David also runs Friday Night Fights in his own Discord. David, if you want to do a little shout out about that real quick.
Yes. We run every Friday night with a free entry, but a little bit of prize money on the line, just because it makes everybody enjoy the tournament just a little bit more sometimes. Just a classic good time. We've been running since August of last year, hosted by me and a nice British chap named Matt. So you can always look for our Discord. If you can't find it, you can always message me on Discord. I'm in Silent Knight's Discord. You can also find it probably in some of the chats. But yeah, thank you, Silent, for the opportunity to join you today.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good time for both of you, and happy to have you guys back at any time. I will be doing the Friday Night Fights Discord in the chat, so if you do want to join that Discord and test your skill there on Fridays, always free and welcome to. But anyway, guys, that is gonna be it. I am joined here with Ekpilot and David. This is Champions of the Rift, and we are done with Season 1. So just wait to see what's gonna be happening at the end of this season. It's gonna be exciting. And until next time, guys, have a good one.